Probably, right? Oh, here we are. Okay, that's progress.
Sure that the volume is as high as it'll be, please, for everybody that speaks.
Yeah.
Because that's the one complaint that I kept hearing from people.
Right, so that's progress.
Thank you.
Are we set?
Yes. Oh, good.
Call the meeting to order. May we have a reading of the meeting statement, please?
Yes. Adequate notice of this adequate notice of this meeting has been provided to the public and the press on January 6, 2020, and was posted at the municipal building in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, NJSA 10:4-7.
Thank you. Please rise and join me in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I would like to ask everybody to please stand for a second and have a moment of silence for the people who lost their lives over in the Bronx yesterday. It was a tragic event, and it also happened in Philadelphia. So in the last week, 30 people passed away from fire damage. So I ask everybody to please bow their heads for one moment. Thank you. It is a wire out over here. Did I do that?
No, it's okay.
Okay. I want to be blamed for anything.
Okay. This time, because we had some technical problems at our last meeting, not everybody heard or saw the swearing in of new council members. So we thought we would take it from this point forward and move on. That way, everything is square, and people who wish to comment on it in terms of being able to see this action taking place can do so. So I'm going to turn this part of the meeting over to our clerk.
Just real quick, before we do
Yes.
that, could you call the roll, Marcy?
Oh, yes. Councilmember Boucher. Here. Councilmember Fury.
Here.
Councilmember Lynch.
Here.
Councilmember Shortway.
Present.
Council President Rizzuto.
Here,
Okay, I will swear in
that was good.
Councilmember Lynch.
Official.
Do this right here.
Yeah, okay.
Right hands.
Okay,
Right hand.
thank you.
No. I, Brian Lynch,
I, Brian Lynch,
do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same
to the same
and to the governments established
and to the governments established
in the United
in
States
the United States
and in this state
and in this state
under the authority of the people.
under the authority of the people.
I do further solemnly affirm
And I do further solemnly affirm
that I will faithfully,
that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly
and justly
perform all the duties
perform all of the duties
as a council member
as a council member
of Vernon
of
Township
Vernon Township
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God. Thank you very much, Marcy.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations again.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Like getting sworn in twice in 1 month, right? Thank you very much.
Natalie, that's okay.
Yes, that's right.
No, I'm not swearing in anybody. Maybe. I, Natalie Bushieri,
I, Natalie Cherry,
do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will support
that I will
the
support
Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith
and that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same
and allegiance to the same
and to the governments established
and to the governments
in
established
the United States
in the United States
and in this state
and in this state
and under the authority of the people.
and under the authority of the people.
I do solemnly affirm
I do solemnly affirm
and that I will faithfully,
that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly
and justly
perform all of the duties
perform all of the duties
of a council member of Vernon Township
as a council member of Vernon Township
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thanks. Thanks, Mike.
Yep. I, Patrick Rizzuto,
I, Patrick Rizzuto,
do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith
and that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to
and
the same
allegiance to the same
and to the governments established
and to the governments established
in the United
in the United
States
States
and in this state
and in this state
under the authority of the people.
under the authority of the people.
I do further solemnly affirm
I do further solemnly affirm
that I will faithfully,
that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly perform
and justly perform
all the duties
all the duties
as a council member
as a council member
of Vernon Township
of Vernon Township
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
We're gonna know that by heart.
It's still working. Yes, we got it going on tonight.
This time we will have the comments from incoming council members. Ms. Butcher.
Oh, okay. I would like to thank my family for being here, my family's support during my campaign for council. I am truly honored to be able to represent our community, and I appreciate all those who supported me. My goal is to work with our council, with our mayor, with our town administration for the best of Vernon. I think I said this last time I did this. I'm probably going to have a lot of questions, so I do ask for your patience, but I feel that getting data and information is so important. So I'm sure I'll be asking all of you a lot of questions going forward. And I just look forward to a good future for our township. Thanks.
Mr. Lynch.
Thank you, Council President. I would like to say thank you to everyone who is here tonight. Thank you to everybody who supported me. And I have to tell you, 6 years ago, I had retired. I was a tractor trailer driver for United Parcel Service for 32 years. And I just finished my term as council member in 2016. And I retired from UPS, retired from the council. And 5 years later, my wife was telling me that I needed to get out of the house. So I ran for re-election and I won, and my wife must have paid everybody to vote for me because we did all right. Anyway, all I have to say is thank you to everybody who supported me and to people who didn't support me. I am here for you as well. And I would like to thank Council President Rizzuto for running with me and having a pretty decent campaign. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I comment, Mr. Shortway, do you have any comments as outgoing council president?
Mr. President, thank you very much, but not at this time.
Thank you. I would like to thank the residents of Vernon for expressing their most welcome support for me in our recent election. As a resident of Vernon since 1968, I have yet to see voters make such a statement with such clarity as I have in the current election. With a plurality of almost 1,000 votes between myself and the closest incumbent, I believe the community has tasked us with a clear challenge to restore trust in our government and a greater respect for the limited resources that are entrusted to us. So many people have come to me in church, or shopping, or having some coffee at the Bean and expressed their appreciation and good wishes in addressing the issues that we will face in the weeks and months ahead. My comment to them has been to reassure them that we will continue to do what we think is best for Vernon and its residents. Understandably, we will not think the same on many issues. And as council president, I will try to encourage open debate as we arrive at what we were elected to do, make decisions. On those occasions where an issue engenders significant public interest, I will try to involve the public in a more active dialogue so as to gain greater insight and community involvement. With this dialogue comes a greater individual responsibility to personally avail yourself of the process and to critically evaluate what is being proposed and if it benefits the township and its residents. Let us try and address these problems that seem to haunt us. Rising taxes and rising spending at an alarming rate for amenities that seem unavailable and unnecessary to so many of our fellow residents. Is it possible to reduce appropriations to a level where we may have no increase in our municipal tax? I don't know, but perhaps this is a goal we should set. Let us try to put to rest the clamor over acquisition and recreation projects and allow us to move forward. Hasty and questionable decisions on land acquisition, construction schedules, and incomplete project reviews continually raise comments which give rise to more doubt and questions from the public. These questions and many more will have to be addressed, and patience will be required as we work to address and work towards a brighter future. I thank all of you again for your kind support and would like to wish you all a very happy, healthy, blessed New Year's. May 2022 bring fulfillment to your dreams, health to your family, and unity to our country. Thank you. Mayor Burrell, may we have your comments?
Thank you very much, Mr. Council President. To you, Mr. Council President, and other council members, since this is the beginning of the new year, I believe that it's appropriate for me to use my comments to provide you and the public a summary from my perspective of the work done by the mayor and council team in this past year. So bear with me, please. Year 2021 is the second year of my service and one of the most meaningful and rewarding civic positions in which I've served during the 42+ years that Reba and I and our family have lived in this town that we feel so fortunate to call home. These past 2 years have for sure presented me with some challenges. However, the fact that there have been challenges has not at all been a surprise to me. For being mayor of a municipality, be it a municipality that's large and small, has always had its challenges. And at the current time in our nation's history, those challenges have become even more intense and sometimes more bitter and more personal, due in great part to the fact that a large and growing number of individuals have chosen to use the internet in general and their Facebook accounts in particular for less than positive purposes. And number two, the fact that at this critical time in our nation's history, we Americans find ourselves deeply, deeply divided, not only at the municipal level, but also at the county, state, and national level on a host of issues. Over these past 2 years, the key challenges that have consumed the overwhelming amount of my attention and my effort have been related to my close work with my municipal governing partners, that is the council members, on the following 4 key challenges. Number one, on effectively and efficiently dealing with and adjusting to the potentially harmful and operational restricted conditions caused by the never before experienced COVID-19 virus. Number two, on our joint efforts to make our town an even better town in which to live and raise a family. Number three, on our joint efforts to move forward with investments that will lead to developing and improving the infrastructure of our town center so as to improve our town's potential to be better off economically, both in the near term and in the future. And number four, on our joint efforts to have our town viewed by commercial interests as a good place to locate and to prosper. And in spite of the challenges faced during these past 2 years, our municipal government has been able to make what I believe significant progress, due totally to the fact that I've had the good fortune of being able to work with a good, mostly cohesive, and a positive thinking council who has been able to put personal and personality-based disputes aside in the best interest of moving our town forward. And anyone who is familiar with the somewhat embarrassing political history of our town know that having governmental officials to put personal and personality-based disputes aside in the best interest of our town has not been an easy or simple thing to accomplish in this great Vernon Township. But over the last 2 years, we've done just that. For example, our progress in effectively and efficiently dealing with and adjusting to the challenges that have been forced upon us by this COVID-19 virus has been reflected in part in the mayor and council's awareness of and our focus on the need to ensure that our municipality does what it can to keep residents safe from this predatory virus, and especially when they are receiving municipal provided services. This has included our purchase of the equipment, plus supplies of CDC approved sanitizers that has enabled us to routinely and effectively and efficiently disinfect our municipal center, disinfect our parks and playground equipment, plus disinfect our law enforcement, our DPW, and first responders equipment and vehicles as required. For the safety of our residents and our municipal center employees, we have installed clear protective acrylic barriers at those municipal service counters where the public must interact with our employees. We have installed an ultraviolet cleaning light system in the municipal center's HVAC system so as to reduce the likelihood that our HVAC system will expose either visitors or municipal center employees to the COVID-19 virus. In addition, we check all employees' temperatures daily in the morning. We require that masks be worn in all public spaces within the municipal center, and we provide free masks for all who enter the municipal center without masks. The success of the mayor and council's efforts to make our town an even better town in which to live and raise a family have been reflected in great part in the very positive feedback received from the large and wide-ranging host of families who have eagerly participated in a municipal events such as Vernon's National Night Out. This event was simply outstanding and served as one more reminder that we live in a great town. In this year's municipal holiday tree light, the crowd, which most have said was the largest that they can ever remember seeing at a municipal holiday tree light, it was literally awesome. And the event was filled with fun field activities. And Vernon is hosting a toy drive stop for the U.S. Marine Corps Reserve Operation Toy Train Program. The leader of the Marine Corps Reserve contingent repeatedly he repeatedly commented to me on how Vernon had made its stop more than just a stop for individuals simply providing toys that were loaded on the train, but a stop that was a welcoming, patriotic, and holiday-themed civic, family, and community event. This year, Vernon was even recognized at the state level as being a good place to live and raise a family. That recognition came in the form of Vernon being one of just 3 of New Jersey's 565 municipalities to be selected and invited to discuss its mayor's wellness campaign initiative at this year's New Jersey League of Municipalities Summer in Atlantic City. The mayor and council have made significant progress in starting the process of making the long overdue investments in developing and improving infrastructure in our town center. This action is critically important to improving our town's potential to be better off economically, both in the near term and in the future. We are in the process of implementing a plan of action to use the $2.2 million obtained in local fiscal recovery fund to expand the availability of water service in our town. At the present time, Vernon does not have sufficient water infrastructure needed to fully develop its town center. Our town center currently relies on a very limited amount of water from the Suez Water Company and a host of private wells. We need a better and more extensive water supply capability in order to achieve our town's economic development objectives of increasing our commercial tax base, creating jobs, and stimulating our town's economy by encouraging new business activity and or expanding existing business activity. We're in the process of adding 2 special amenities, a town center walking and biking trail and a bicycle pump track that will serve as magnets to attract a host of existing and new individuals to our town center. The documented positive civic and commercial results of these types of amenities in other municipalities like Vernon throughout our nation provides us with firm, logical reason to believe that enterprising business owners will view these host of individuals as potential new customers. And these potentially new customers will be a motivation to those enterprising business owners to develop new businesses in our town center. The mayor and council's actions have been motivated by our understanding of the simple fact that we need this type of town center commercial development in order to provide more municipal tax dollars to help our homeowners share the cost of an effective and efficient municipal government, and to provide our residents the added services and conveniences that they want and that they need. As part of the mayor and council's objectives to have our town viewed by commercial interests as a good place to locate and prosper, we first made some significant staff changes to our municipal building department. And I see our new building department manager out here tonight. This is a department with a performance factor that's not only critical to our residents, but also to those commercial interests who are considering our town as a possible location. The actions that the mayor and council have taken has generated significant improvements in our building department. While I don't yet have the final performance results for all of 2021, through the first half of last year, our building department had already conducted 3,488 inspections, or 75% as many inspections as they did during all of 2020. They had also issued 1,130 permits, or almost as many as the 1,919 permits that they had issued all during 2020. And because the combination of implemented management efficiencies, along with the increased funds received by the town from increased number of inspections and permits, because they will cover the cost of the building department's salaries and their operating expenses for all of 2021. Last year, the town was able to offer this necessary valuable building service to the public at no cost to the taxpayer. Another key and critical action that we took towards achieving the objective of having our town viewed by commercial interests as a good place to locate and prosper was to continue the sound financial management practices that had been started under former Mayor Shortway's leadership. The success of these actions have been reflected in the credit report that our town has received over the past 2 years from Moody's Investor Services. the world-renowned company that ranks the creditworthiness of organizations that borrow money through bonding. In 2020, Moody's awarded Vernon Township the bond rating of 883. The rating that Moody's awards to organizations that are, and I quote from their rating guide, rated as high quality and very low risk. In Moody's press release concerning Vernon's 2020 bonding rating, they stated, and again I quote, the negative outlook that is hung over Vernon has now been removed. In Moody's 2021 evaluation of Vernon Township financial operations, they reconfirmed the strong A83 bond rating that they gave us in 2020. And in addition, they awarded Vernon 2 additional specific new AAA ratings, which are the highest ratings given in 2 key financial categories. Those 2 categories were, number 1, the excellent manner in which Vernon has managed and maintained a sufficient fund balance during 2021. The fund balance is actually the amount of funds that the town maintains in its savings account to cover the cost of those unforeseen, unknown, and unknowable expenses that pop up from time to time. The second area was the excellent manner in which Vernon has managed and maintained a sufficient cash balance during 2021. That is the amount of cash that the town maintains on hand to pay its normal operating costs without having to take funds from its savings account. In addition, the Marion Council plans to build both the town center bicycle pump track and the town center walking trail was cited by Moody's as positive consideration in the very good credit ratings that they gave Vernon for 2021. Quoted from Moody's June 24th, 2021 credit opinion on Vernon. This is what Moody's said. To improve the attractiveness of the area, the township is working on a town center project which will add new amenities in the community, such as a walking trail and a bike and pump track. Commercial interests actually took notice of this greatly improved business environment in Vernon. This improved environment was reflected in the strong demonstration of confidence in our town and in its future by the time, by the effort, and equally important, by the money that several commercial enterprises have invested in our town. For example, and I'm about to finish up. In the opening of a new Skylands Medical Group urgent care facility. Skylands Medical is an independent primary care-based multi-specialty medical group, which are with locations in other municipalities in Sussex, Warren, and Morris County. They opened their initial office in Vernon in October. And because that office has been so successful, they now plan to expand the footprint and the level and variety of the services that they offer further. To accomplish this expansion, the Skylands Medical Group has purchased the former Highland State Bank building in Vernon's Town Center, and in the process of making the needed renovations to adapt this building for the expanded services they will provide. This improved environment is also reflected in the opening of 2 new beauty boutiques, a new vintage record store, a new outstanding deli, a new creative insurance agency, a specialty carpet store, and a community-based applied behavioral analysis center that works with children diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, as well as other behavioral disorders. This improved environment is reflected in the complete renovation, the significant enhancement, and the renaming and rebranding of a historic town-located bed and breakfast. What was the former Apple Valley Inn is now the dynamic Fox and Bear Lodge. This improved environment is also reflected in the reopening of one of the town center's favorite and iconic restaurants, the Mixing Bowl Deli, in the rebranding and reopening of a health fitness facility, and in the major renovation and update of our town's laundry mat. The improved environment is reflected in the final stages of the completion of a significant exterior and interior renovation of a building in the heart of our town center district that has remained unused for 11 years. This is a key commercial project, which will not only greatly enhance the appearance of our town center district, but will also house a leading New Jersey real estate company that provides both commercial and residential real estate service. This improved environment is reflected in the plans by a national brand named firm to completely rehabilitate and update a town center strip mall property that has been vacant for at least 5 years. And in their plans to add needed second-story rental housing, a convenience store, plus electric and gas fueling station. And lastly, this improvement project is reflected in the plans by Vernon Township residents to build a state-of-the-art, attractive car wash in our town center. You know, as I move into this 3rd year of service in one of the most meaningful and rewarding civic positions in which I've served, I do so with both optimism and with courage and the willingness to do everything that I can to ensure that the progress that we have started over these last 2 years will continue. Two of my civic and political heroes are the 35th President of the United States, the Honorable John Fitzgerald Kennedy, and the great American Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Among the many reasons for my fondness for these two outstanding Americans are the optimistic and visionary nature of their words and of their actions. President Kennedy said, "Once you say you are going to settle for second best, that's what happens to you for the rest of your life." As mayor, I only control half of the municipal government. The other half is controlled by the council. However, you have my commitment that as long as I'm your mayor, I will do everything that I can to ensure that Vernon does not go backwards or embrace second best ideas, because Vernon deserves the best. My other hero, Dr. Martin Luther King, said, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where that man stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands in times of challenge and controversy." I again commit to you that as long as I'm your mayor, I will not shrink from either challenges or controversy. I will do everything that I can to continue the progress that we have made in moving Vernon forward. Thank you, Mr. Council President and Council Member, for bearing with me.
Thank you, Mayor Burrell. This time, I'm going to ask for a motion from the council to open the floor.
I'll make a motion. I'll second that.
Seconded by Ryan Lynch. Motion is made by Mike Fury. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. Please note that this portion of the meeting for public comments is for agenda items only. We limit the time on this to 3 minutes. If you're getting tight and you need a few more seconds, I wouldn't worry about it. But let's, move on from here. Anybody have any questions for the council from the floor? If you do, please give us your name and the area of the town where you reside.
Good evening, my name is Zoe Heath. I live in the Hidden Valley condos in Vernon. Again, I want to extend my congratulations to the members of our council. I want to talk about resolution 22-01. I really appreciate that the town is going to continue hybrid meetings. It's something the county is going to do that I think is essential to transparency in our town, and so that everyone can participate, even when they can't physically be here, whether it's because of commute or they have health restrictions that keep them home. I would say at the end of the resolution, it talks that it says that emails will no longer be required to be read out loud. I would recommend rewording that part of the resolution because it isn't clear what would dictate an email being read out loud, how it gets put into the record or read out loud, who decides that, what would get something not read out loud. I think the guidelines could be a little bit clearer to members of the public so we know exactly what we need to do if we want our email read or if we should call into the Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Any questions from those participating? I'm sorry.
I could please.
Certainly.
Thank you. Again, congratulations on your
Thank you.
Election. My comment, I'm Craig Williams. Lived in the township for 45 years or so. Have been involved in volunteer programs in the township for much of those 45 years. There's only a few words that I haven't said. I think beautification and historical being probably economic development. In any case, I speak tonight hoping to put out positive thoughts with respect to authorizing continuation of the Greenway Action Advisory Committee. We have not been a burden to the taxpayers at all. We have been a positive force trying to piece together a network of healthy endeavor in terms of bike path, walking path, that kind of thing. And in the future, if we have a future, the roads, these micro, if I'm allowed to continue, will be to find outside sources of funding for our continuing ideas to see them and bring them to fruition. And I trust that we'll be able to go forward and serve as we have since the GAC has been created 6, 8, 7 years ago. I hope you approve us.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions?
On Zoom, I have Jessica Palladini. Palladini?
Good evening and praise God. We waited 6 years for an honest, ethical, and transparent government, and the people gave a mandate. Welcome, Pat, Brian, Natalie. First, I want to say that I support your resolution 2201 with regard to reading of emails being optional and by acclamation. We should never have a circus again, as the one that we had orchestrated on November 22nd, when we had 70 emails from people in New York, Connecticut, Philadelphia, and Maryland read. My main concern for speaking though tonight, and I'm going to try to get it as quickly as possible, I'm concerned with some of the appointments that I see that you have on the agenda because some of them are not lawful. For example, first of all, I did not see any advertising for any vacant positions, as I know has been the practice for 30, 40 years in Vernon Township. When were they advertised, as they are required to be? They were not on the township website, as is the ad for the MUA. The mayor's designee. Based on the MLUL and town code, the mayor is a Class 1 member of the Land Use Board. It is his role and responsibility to be on the Land Use Board. Now, for the past 2 years, he did not do this lawfully. He cannot abrogate that responsibility to anyone else, much less a private citizen. It is only in his absence from a meeting that he can name someone to take his place for that meeting, not give up that responsibility as he has for the past 2 years. The mayor is a statutory member of the LUB, and the law clearly states that the mayor may appoint the designee to serve at his pleasure, composing Class 1 shall correspond to such members' official tenure. The designee is supposed to be either an elected official or someone official within the township, not a private citizen, because then that becomes an unlawful Class 4 member. And you already have Class 4 members. John Orberger cannot be the mayor's designee. Based on our own township code, the Class 4 members of the LUB are voted on and approved by the town council, not the mayor. That is clearly stipulated not only in our code, but also in the MLUL. Regardless of your intent or your assertion that the code is not correct, you still have to go by the code and what it says today. The mayor appoints only the Class 1 and the Class 2.
30
And
seconds.
speaking of May I continue? I only have another
Sure.
minute maybe. Speaking
Let's try and wrap it up, Jesse.
I will. Speaking of Class 2, you cannot have both Diane Wexler and Craig Williams on the Land Use Board and on the Environmental Commission. That is clearly stated in the MLUL. You have one or the other. You cannot have both. And if you'd like, I can show you that in the upcoming days. You simply cannot have both of them on both boards. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other questions?
I have Sean Clarkin.
Mr. Clarkin?
Mr. Clarkin,
Are you there, Mr. Clarkin? Hearing no comment, may we move on?
sure. I do have a couple emails, if it's okay to read.
Since we haven't passed the other resolution.
This is from Jacqueline Haley. She'd like to comment on the benefit of the Greenway Action Advisory Committee. As you know, this committee was formed in 2016 for the purpose of advising the mayor on matters related to sustainability, passive recreation, and general economics within the town. I've been serving on the Greenway Action Advisory Committee for the past year, and I hope to continue my participation. One of the things I observed during the past year is that the committee members have a wealth of knowledge about Vernon and its existing amenities based on years of dedication as volunteers. I cannot overstate how impressed I have been with the people involved with this committee. It would be such a shame to waste volunteer resources. Economic development is triggered and sustained by various means. Vernon's beautiful open space and abundant recreation options are clearly a draw for new residents and visitors. Community appeal spurs further residential and commercial development, both in terms of providing a client base for businesses and in terms of attracting employees. Let's build on what we have. Next, I have an email from Robert Healy of Highland Lakes, writing a comment on the benefits of the Greenway Action Advisory Committee, who advises the mayor on matters related to sustainability, passive recreation, and general economics within the town. I hope to serve on the Greenway Action Advisory Committee over the coming year. Vernon is truly a beautiful place with all kinds of recreational amenities that so many residents like me enjoy. As a matter of the Greenway Action Advisory Committee, I hope to preserve and enhance the township's existing green space and passive recreation treasures. I also hope to insist in the marketing of these amenities, both within the town and to the outside world. As Vernon builds its reputation as a destination for open space and outdoor activities, surely new businesses will be attracted to provide stores, services, and restaurants. This is from Susan Berkeley. I'm new to Highland Lakes and excited to have an opportunity to be considered to serve on the Greenway Action Advisory Committee. Part of the draw for me and my husband to move here was the outdoor activities offered in this beautiful area. I would love to have the opportunity to help highlight this part of our community to those within and outside of the community, as I believe this could help the economic growth here. The more people choose to spend time in and around Vernon and can easily find all of the great outdoor options available to them, the more demand there will be for products and services. This is from Michael Chesky, Glenwood. I have been appointed and served on the Vernon Township Greenway Action Advisory Committee. since its inception in 2016. We have worked, discussed, researched, and evaluated options to expand and complete township walking and cycling trails. Voters of Vernon Township have voted for this majority. Widely available research has proven the benefits of the town's economic development. I expect the town council to vote in majority to continue the GAC. I hope they recall that we are a volunteer committee dedicating our time for the benefit and health of our fellow citizens. Please see the pass on the attached article. Lake Opakon Regional Trails Plan helps communities connect healthy living and local business from the New York, New Jersey Trail Conference Fall 2021 newsletter as an example of local passive impact. I cannot attend this evening's meeting. Please pass on a copy of my letter and the attached article. This is from Clemene Weekoff, writing on behalf of Dan and Danny Seagull of Healthy Times Market. I have known Dan and Danny since I moved into town 24 years ago and have been a customer of their store for many years. I appreciate the business services they provide, as well as the efforts they have made on behalf of this community throughout the years they have lived and worked in the town. I trust that they did their due diligence in finding a company, Shrine Group, that has the experience and expertise to competently run a safe and secure cannabis store or dispensary. If Vernon is going to have cannabis retailers in town, I would prefer to have those shop run by a reputable company and helmed by members of our community who have the best interests of our town at heart. This is from Stephanie Blaine. She lives in Glenwood. Ordinance 2125 clearly states that eligible locations for facilities for cannabis retailers should be no less than 2,000 feet from any school, public park, public hall field, childcare center, or the Vernon Howe facility. I support such retail business in Vernon. Make no mistake about that. I also believe strongly that it is not an undue burden on potential retailers to choose a site location within that distance constraint. Vernon is geographically large enough to accommodate such businesses and maintain that business from these particular public places. Maintaining existing legislation as it is does not hamper a business or any resident from easy access to such a business. I would oppose legislation or legislation changes which effectively shut out this type of business from our township. That would be contrary to what the majority of voters wanted and inappropriate. Existing legislation does no such inappropriate thing. It does not make it difficult for any business owner to open a business of this sort here in Vernon. I therefore ask council members to change nothing in ordinance 2125. And then I have one more. This is from Kevin Duffy, Chief Operational Officer of Glenwood Pochuck Volunteer Ambulance Corps. Good afternoon. On behalf of Shannon Scully, First Lieutenant, Michael Griffin, Second Lieutenant, Robert Healy, Sergeant, and myself, I would like to take the opportunity to thank Mayor Burrell, Township Administrators, and Township Council on swearing in the operational leadership of Glenwood Pochuck Volunteer Ambulance Corps. Unfortunately, tonight is our mandatory yearly training on blood-borne pathogens and testing and harassment in the workplace. Because of this, we are all unable to attend tonight's Township Council meeting. As it has been, it is an honor to work alongside the township leaders and council. I, along with the rest of my team, look forward to another great year. Thank you for entrusting us on continuing to provide the service with community focus and professional, compassionate community care. And I do have another hand up.
Okay,
On Zoom, I have Ms. Peg DeStassi.
Mr. Stassi, welcome. Your comments, please.
She's muted.
Muted.
Mr. Stassi, can you unmute, please?
Mr. Stassi, can you hear us? Or me?
I do have Sean Clark in.
He still has his hand up. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Clark in?
He's muted also. No.
Hello,
Oh,
Yes.
hello, hear you.
you can hear me now, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, in reference to the email situation that you're going to be voting on, I believe that there's a huge difference between having property taxpayers coming to a town council meeting and speaking out publicly while they're there. I think it's important for us to be able to call in the way I am right now and speaking out and saying what's on my mind. I also think it's very important that for property taxpayers in the town of Vernon to be able to send an email and have that email read publicly into the record. While saying that, I also do not believe that non-tax paying people or non-residents of Vernon have any business at all at a town council meeting unless they were invited and they are on the itinerary for the meeting. But having people call in from Jersey, from Port Jervis or Timbuktu or someplace else to talk about a pump track and how wonderful they think it's going to be, I don't think they have any business speaking at our council meetings. And that airtime at our council meetings, whether it's in person, verbally over the Zoom, or an email, should be restricted to town residents that take the time out to speak and to present their ideas. I agree with the fact that there's been some fiascos, but those fiascos, I believe, were actually encouraged by members of the board to flood the meeting with emails and comments from outsiders. I don't think that those outsiders have any place in our meetings unless they're on the agenda and they were invited in writing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
I have Peg DeStassi.
Mr. Stassi? Can you hear me?
You're muted.
Mr.
Hello,
Stassi?
can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Well, barely, but thank you
Can
for
you hear
letting
me
me
now?
speak. Also, I hope you can hear me. The reason I'm calling is 21-25. I just wanted to say that I don't think that this should be changed in any way. The town center is a commercial center. The cannabis has been approved to be located only in our commercial center. That is the rightful place for the cannabis stores to be and any other type of business. To place a child's youth park in the middle of the town center, which restricts these businesses from their only location they can be, is wrong. I believe that the pump track belongs in our recreational areas and not impeding businesses in our commercial areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Peg. Are there any other comments? Any other questions?
Question, was that last comment a matter of the agenda?
Yes. Not, I'll ask for a motion. For a motion to close public comment. Motion is made by Mr. Lynch, seconded by Mr. Fury. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. Okay, we'll move to our consent agenda. On the consent agenda, please review it, and as you know, just we'll go through these. If you have individual issues or resolutions that you wish to have discussed and separated, please let me know, and we will make sure that that takes place. Resolution 2201.
I'd like to have a discussion about that.
Okay. That'll be separated. Resolution 22. Okay. Resolution 2203. Resolution 2204. Resolution 2205.
I'd like to have that separated.
Okay. Resolution 2206. I'd like to have that separated. Resolution 2207. I'd like to have that separated. Resolution 2208. Resolution 2209. Resolution 2210. Resolution 22-11. Resolution 22-12. Resolution 22-13. Resolution 22-14. Resolution 22-15. Resolution 22-16. Resolution 22-17. Resolution 22-18. Resolution 22-19. Resolution 22-20. Resolution 22-21. Resolution 22-22. Resolution 22-23. Resolution 22-24. Resolution 22-25. Resolution 22-26. Resolution 22-27. Resolution 22-28. Resolution 22-29.
I'd like to ask if that could be removed.
22-29.
Yes.
22-30.
I would like that separated.
Resolution 22-31. Resolution 22-32. Resolution 22-33. Resolution 22-34. Resolution 22-35. Resolution 22-36. Resolution 22-37. Resolution 22-38. Resolution 22-40. Resolution 22-41. Resolution 22-42. Resolution 22-43.
Like that separated.
Resolution 22-44. Resolution 22-45. Resolution 22-46. And that will conclude the list of resolutions. Do you want to vote?
Council President, I would like to make a motion that we approve all of the resolutions that were not removed from the list that you have just mentioned or accept.
Motion's been made and seconded that the resolutions that were not called out shall be placed on the table to vote on. May we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Bucieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Fury,
Yes.
Councilmember Lynch,
Yes.
Councilmember Courtway,
Yes.
Council President Rizzuto.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Moving to the first one, Resolution 22-01. Resolution establishing the Township of Vernon policy for hybrid meetings of the Vernon Township Council. Okay,
Need a motion before we comment?
may I have a motion to put it on the floor for comment?
Motion.
Second that motion.
Motion's been made by Mrs. Bucieri, seconded by Mr. Lynch to place this on the floor. Question or comment, please?
I have a couple of comments.
Certainly.
I think that I will let the vice president go first since she made the motion.
Oh, okay. I had one question I think probably Mr. Zelinski can answer. Has the state of New Jersey amended their, I guess, guidance or resolution regarding the emails? Because I know that was part of the, when hybrid and virtual meetings first started, that was part of the, I think, law that we had to accept email.
There has been some recent amendments by the DCA with respect to email communications and the conducting of virtual meetings. And reviewing the DCA's guidance tonight, before tonight's meeting, the DCA still suggests that the council provide a means for the public to participate either through video conferencing, telephone conferencing, or emails. If the council chooses to allow emails, it's the council's determination as to whether or not they want to do that, whether or not they want them to be read into the record or not. Certainly, if people are going to be emailing to the council, they're going to be under the impression that email is going to be read and part of the records, but ultimately it's the council's determination how you want to conduct these virtual meetings.
Okay.
Thank you.
I personally feel that since we're able to be here in person, we're able to offer Zoom options, I think that gives double the opportunity prior to COVID for our public to comment, which is definitely, I think, a great improvement. I completely agree that the virtual option is leads to more transparency and more involvement. I think if we're not going to read the emails, I don't think we need to accept them by acclamation. I think the two options is enough. Because again, it's double the amount of opportunity that anyone had for public participation prior to COVID. So this is like one good thing that came out of COVID. More opportunities for our public to participate through this virtual option. So that's my feeling on that. Allow these two opportunities, which I think are plentiful with two different timeframes during the meeting. We talked about extending the second comment. Is that on this resolution time?
Yes.
To 5 minutes, so that allows for further opportunity, and that is always later in the meeting. So if work is an issue, we'll probably still be here after 8. So I think that's my leaning up towards that.
Okay. Mr. Lynch.
I've been reading this resolution and trying to get my head wrapped around just one part of it. And the only part of it is the emails. Because I'm concerned about any email that comes in. Who hasn't been affected by a fraudulent email? Are we going to read into the record the guy that's going to send us $1 billion in gold bullion? Are we going to read a 100-page email about better ways to control your diabetes? How long, how much are we willing to do? I think that we are opening up the public to come to a meeting. We have it on Zoom. I think that you have the opportunity to do it in a way that the council president can control the conversation. If you say that you're going to read the emails into the record, and the email turns out to be a threatening email, what do you do at that point if you've already promised that you were going to read the email in and you don't read it in? Are you going to be liable? Now, I don't know about you, but reading the emails at that meeting when they had 70 emails proved how this can be turned into a circus. And I think that emails shouldn't be in this at all, but it is. And if we read them, if we accept them from the public in acclamation and have them in, I have no problem conceding to that. But I just got a feeling that we are going to be stepping down the road and something's going to happen because of emails. And that's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Rizzuto.
Yes, Mr. Fury.
Yes, in general, and I think I wrote you an email about this, I'm a little uncomfortable with the fact in the height of probably the worst time, the worst part of the pandemic, where the Omicron variant is raging around and affecting us all, businesses and everything. I think we should be cognizant of the public health and safety of people. And I'm a little bit concerned about some of the reducing the restrictions, especially I'm talking without a mask right now, so you can understand me. But I'm not comfortable with not wearing a mask. This is the best form of protection for the health and safety of everybody. In terms of the emails, I think one of the examples, I think what it does is it limits public participation. And an example is tonight of people who could not be here, who couldn't attend the meeting or speak on a Zoom meeting, were able to get their opinion heard in forms of the support for the Greenway Action Advisory Committee. Those people had an opportunity to speak and get their voices heard. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I understand that you want to be careful on, making it a fiasco, but you can't limit people's opinion and restrict their participation in government. I do have a question for Josh, though, following up on the emails. Was that an executive order from the governor, or was that a DCA order?
Just guidance from the DCA, which is the Department of Community Affairs, which is the governor's office that interacts with
So it
municipalities.
wasn't a governor's.
It's not an executive.
And it was a suggestion.
Right, I thought it was a governor's executive order. So just, that's my opinion on it. I think we got to be cognizant of the public safety. I think it's okay to possibly reduce this at a different time, a later date when the pandemic is not raging like it is right now. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, Mr. President, can you hear me?
Certainly, yes.
I would ask the council to postpone this till we see a significant decline in the current spikes. That could be 4 weeks from now. I don't think we should rush in to removing some of these mandates, especially the mask that the mayor has imposed on the building, 6 foot distancing. Again, this could be coming down in just a matter of weeks. I also heard the 5-minute rule would be a new policy. If we're going to do that, we're going to have to change the ordinance, because the ordinance says it's 3 minutes. I don't think there's going to be a lot of opposition to it, but we'll have to do it the correct way, and that will be to change the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I do want to comment. On the ordinance regarding masks being optional. I think people need to, I trust our citizens. I trust everyone in this group to make their own decisions on how to mitigate risk. And I think the council extending that trust and respect to its citizens is important. Making their own decisions. If you choose to wear a mask, that, I respect that. If you choose to socially distance, if you choose to attend virtually, I think it's all about being able to make that decision yourself. And if the 5 minutes is not on here, I mean, are we able to make a quick amendment right now, Josh?
No, if you're gonna, the 5-minute, the public comment time period is set forth in the township's ordinance. Or to
Gotcha.
amend the ordinance, you'll have to adopt a new ordinance. It needs to be published, go through a first and a second reading.
So that'll have to happen at a later date.
Fine.
Presumably it can happen at the next meeting.
Okay, but just, I mean, we can still vote on this.
You will need to amend.
It's not on here, I don't think.
I don't think it's on here.
I think it might have just been something in my head. So, sorry.
Then it may be somewhat lax.
It's not in this resolution.
It's not in,
You don't
it
need,
was just a thought I had in my head, so I'm sorry if I made everyone think it was on here, so I apologize about that. So we can vote on this as
You
is.
can vote on it as.
Okay,
Thank you. Any other comments?
I make a motion, we approve resolution 22-01.
Motion has been made by Mr. Lynch to approve 22-01. Is there a second?
second,
Seconded by Mrs. Bucieri. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Bucieri,
yes.
Councilmember Fury,
No.
Councilmember Lynch,
Yes.
Councilmember Shortway,
No,
Council President Rizzuto.
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you. Move to 22-02, resolution for council to vote on legal representation. I have a motion to place this issue on the floor.
I make a motion.
Motion is made by Mrs. Bucieri. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Fury. Comments, please.
I don't have any comments right now. Did you really not have a comment, right?
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
Good.
Go ahead, Rod.
No, I'm sorry, Mike, you seconded it. Go right ahead. No, you're better looking than me. Go ahead.
No, that's.
All right, then I'll take it.
Could be here all day.
I think that when I first came into this office and met with the mayor and his ideas of what professional services were going to be handled. And the mayor and the other council members that were here were speaking about how they were willing to work with the new council and do everything they can to move Vernon forward. And yet, in every single instance during the appointment process, it was very plain and to the point. No was the answer that we were going to get on anything that we put forward. Now, I think that in most parts, we can at least have a discussion about how the process is to work. And the process that we have is that the mayor appoints with the advice and the consent of the council. And this is just part of it. And that's where I'm going with this.
Thank you. Mr. Fury.
Thank you. My only comment is, this is how I understand the law and the way that the form of government we have is the appointment of legal representation is up to the mayor. And it's the mayor's appointment. And I think it's a slippery slope if we go down this path of not coming to an agreement between the mayor and the council. I just don't think it's a good idea. It's clearly his appointment, and the council is only here for advice and consent.
Thank you.
I think that advice and consent is a little bit more bold than you might say. I think that we need to work together and have our discussions about why we feel differently about these things. I like the fact that we're talking about this. I like the fact that we have a calm demeanor. But in most parts, I think that not getting anything in the positive sense as far as what we wanted to do coming in, everything seems to be pushed in the no. No, we're not doing that. No, we're not doing that. And I think it's not being done. for any other reason than just to say no. I really do.
I'd like to make some comments on this. The essence of this type of government is that there's a working relationship that is established between the office of the mayor and the legislative body, which is the council. In this form of government, the mayor does indeed have the right and the authority to bring forth a very key appointment. The appointment of the township attorney is indeed that, as it is usually the first one after the swearing in or the opening onto the agenda. And once that name is brought forward, it then becomes a responsibility as well as a duty for the legislative department or the legislative portion of the government to have its right, to have its views made known. It doesn't necessarily say advise and rubber stamp. It says advise, advice, and consent. If you choose not to consent, then that's fine. But again, the law makes a provision on that. And that if there is no consent on the part of the legislative arm, that there is a carryover rule which allows the mayor to maintain that particular representation under the existing contract. Simple as that. In both cases, the mayor has established and displayed his authority in bringing forth that appointment, and the council has established its right and responsibility and displayed such by having that vote taken. And that, I believe, is what we're talking about here. I suppose at some point you could say, well, if you're going to vote no, why bother doing it? It's simply because that's what we are supposed to do. It's because we are a council and we offer advice and we have the consent function. With the consent function, there also goes the obvious consideration that it may be a no. So, Mrs. Bucieri, do you have any other comments?
I don't know if this is the correct time. I do have a request if we could put forth a resolution to request RFPs
I think we need to
for,
have a vote on this
on this
particular
first.
motion.
Okay, before we
Yes.
can put it. Okay,
Right.
great. Thank you.
So are there any other comments?
Yes,
The
Mr.
council.
President, may I make a
Yes,
comment?
go ahead, Mr. Shortwood.
Thank you. It's clearly defined and everyone recognizes that it's in the mayor's appointment. The mayor has at this time, does not want to change attorneys. I think we should respect that. As far as comments, we all get to speak at the end of every meeting, and you can present a affirmative or a negative comment should you desire to. I feel Mr. Zelinski and his law firm has served this town quite well, very competently, against Mr. Mulvihill at Legends. We had the fight there for the illegal renters. Against Joe Wallace, he put a team together against Mountain Creek that we dodged a $28 million budget, a problem with finances. There are many, many victories that this law firm has protected the taxpayers. And if you're going to do an RFP, you're wasting taxpayers' money because we have no authority to appoint. And if the mayor is not going to appoint a different attorney, why waste taxpayers' dollars? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shortwood.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention too, I follow up. I wanted to publicly state that I have 100% confidence in Josh Zelinski and his firm. Like Harry said, he's done great things for the township. I wanted to add that his impeccable work that they did on the MUA lawsuit and the follow-up appeal. I think that the firm is an excellent firm, and I have 100% confidence.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Not, I'll ask for a roll call vote.
I think we need a motion.
I think the motion was made.
Yeah, I think I made the motion and then we had comments.
And Mike seconded it.
Second it.
Okay. I thought that was just to remove it. I'm sorry. Okay, Councilmember Bucieri,
No,
Councilmember Fury,
No,
Excuse me.
Councilmember Lynch,
Can we
No.
clarify the
Yeah, I don't know if-
statement? A no vote is to approve Mr. Zelinski, or a no vote is to deny that approval?
I believe the motion made by Ms. Bucieri, seconded by, was to vote on the resolution 2202, which resolves that the appointment of Mr. Zelinski be voted on by the council to clearly state its confidence or lack of confidence
Right.
in this appointment. So a no would be no for the resolution, a yes would,
I misunderstood.
yes for the resolution.
So I'm sorry, Marcy. I thought it was, I misunderstood it. I should have asked for clarity.
that's all right.
So then change mine to yes.
So a yes vote would support the mayor's recommendation?
No,
No,
no, that's not what he
Yes,
said.
vote would support the resolution.
The resolution.
Okay, fine. Just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Okay, so a yes vote supports this resolution. So I'm yes. I
No.
apologize. Who's on first, Pat?
Councilmember Fury, your vote was no.
No,
Councilmember Lynch,
Yes.
Councilmember Shortway,
No,
Council President Rizzuto.
Yes. Yes.
Motion carries to support the resolution.
Now, I would like to put on the floor a suggestion for a resolution to request an RFP, request for proposal for legal services. I have actually 2 copies here. I don't have any other copies, so sorry. No. I just,
May have been on the original package, not tonight's, right?
oh, okay. Okay, then maybe you have it in your packet. So do we need someone to second my? Okay,
And this is for an RFP.
RFP for legal counsel. Do you want us, do you want a copy of this, Marcy?
Yeah, I will need a copy, please.
Need to have a motion.
So I made a motion and then we need a second.
I'll second that motion.
Motion has been made and seconded to circulate an RFP for
Legal services.
legal
For
services
Vernon Township.
to be handled by the council.
There's some dates on there, Marcy, that they need to be adjusted depending on your advertise,
I will give this to our purchasing agent.
Okay.
All in favor, please signify. I'm sorry, may I have a roll call vote on this, please?
Sure. Councilmember Bucieri,
Yes,
Councilmember Fury.
yes,
Councilmember Lynch.
Yes.
Councilmember Shortway,
no,
Council President Rizzuto.
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you. Resolution 22-05. Appointments to the Land Use Board. May I have a motion to place this item on the floor for consideration?
motion.
Motion made by Mrs. Fury. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Lynch. May we have comments? Questions regarding this? But actually, what I would like to do with the consent of the council is to vote on each of the individuals being suggested by the council and by the mayor individually. So is there a problem with Mr. Alberger, Mayor's designee, Class 1, term expiring 12/31/2022.
Can I ask a question about that? So we did get some feedback from Mrs. Palladini about that. So I don't know if Mr. Zelinski can answer if we're doing this according, if these are according to statute or.
Be happy to do so.
Okay.
The municipal land use law, NJSA 40:55D-23 under planning board membership provides class 1, the mayor or the mayor's designee in the absence of the mayor,
Okay.
or in the case of a council manager form of government, which Vernon is not, or the municipal manager form of government law, which Vernon is not, the manager, if so provided by the aforesaid ordinance. So the statute provides the mayor or the mayor's designee in the absence of the mayor. Mr. Auberger will serve as the designee in the absence of the mayor. If the mayor is there to attend the meeting, Mr. Auberger will not be there.
Okay, and that, that's helpful because this is complex and I'm new to this. So perhaps the other question I think was a member of the public holding more than one spot on a committee or a board, and so just generally.
I'm not sure what that's specifically referring to. I can tell you that the township code was not updated following the township's form of government. The township code under the appointments to the land use board, I don't have the code book in front of me, but I believe that ordinance was enacted in 2008. Under that form of government, which was the prior form of government, council manager form of government, which allowed the governing body or the council to appoint the class 4 members. Under this form of government, the mayor, strong mayor under the Faulkner Act, the mayor has virtually all the appointments to the planning board, and that's set forth in the statutory scheme, which I'll read to you from the same statute, 40:55D-23. Class 2, one of the officials of the municipality other than a member of the governing body to be appointed by the mayor, provided if there is to be an environmental commission, the member of the environmental commission who is also a member of the planning board. Class 3, a member of the governing body to be appointed by it. Class 4, other citizens of the municipality to be appointed by the mayor. And that, no, the introductory clause is important. Other citizens of the municipality. And then it goes on to state if you had a different form of government, there'd be a different appointing scheme.
Okay.
I do note that in going through the township code during the time that I've been the township attorney, not all provisions of the code have been updated since the form of government changed. So this is one section of the code that I would recommend that the council revise so that it is consistent. One other thing to just note, there was a comment made during public comment that the code controls over the statute. That is not correct. All of the council's powers come from the state legislator. Every power we have can be grounded in state legislation. The state legislator controls, not the town code. When there is a conflict, the statute controls and the powers that the legislator grant to the individual bodies.
Thank
Okay,
you.
that's helpful. Thank you.
All right. Shall we vote on Mr. Alberger? Make a
I'll make a motion to vote on the class 1 mayor's designee.
motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Mr. Fury. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Bucieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Fury,
Yes.
Councilmember Lynch,
Yes.
Councilmember Shortway,
Yes.
Council President Rizzuto.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Second member is Brian Lynch, who is a council member and being appointed under the class 3, term expiring 12/31/2022. May we have a motion to place this on the floor for discussion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion made by Mrs. Bucieri. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second that, Mr. Lynch. Thank you. This is a council appointment, is the only one. It's class 3. I've asked Mr. Lynch to serve on the land use board to represent the council. Is there any comments? Question?
I don't have any comments.
I think that's totally in line with land use board law. So may I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Bucieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Fury?
Yes.
Councilmember Lynch?
You can vote for yourself.
Councilmember Shortway?
November?
Yes.
Council President Rizzuto?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Now, just really quickly, while we were
Oh,
voting.
boy, here it comes.
No, not about you, Councilmember Lynch. With respect to the class 4 members, the class 4 members shall hold no other municipal office position or appointment. So provided that Mr. McPeak and Ms. Wexler hold no other. Sure. Provided that Mr. McPeak and Ms. Wexler hold no other municipal office, position, or appointment, their appointment to class 4 is acceptable.
Okay, I would like to, again, move on these individually. For Mr. McPeak, may I have a motion?
I will make that motion.
Motion made by Mr. Lynch. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second made by Mrs. Bucieri. Question or comment? If not, I'll call for a roll call vote.
So since council said that they cannot hold more than one spot on a committee, what happens if we, we don't know if Mr. McPeak is on.
It doesn't say committee. It says municipal office,
Municipal office,
position,
okay.
or employment.
Okay,
So committees are different.
so the land use, so that means like a paid office, not a volunteer, like a board or a commission,
Municipal office, position, or employment.
municipal office, position, or employment. So we're talking paid.
That's how I would read the statute.
Would being on the environmental commission be a reason?
Well, the environmental commission falls within the class 2 appointment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Bucieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Fury?
Yes.
Councilmember Lynch?
Yes.
Councilmember Shortway?
Yes.
Council President Rizzuto?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Moving to Diane Wexler, class 4, appointment, 4-year term expiring 12/31/2025. May I have a motion to place that individual on?
I'll make a motion.
Motion made by Mr. Fury. Is
I'll
there a
second
second?
it.
Seconded by Mrs. Bucieri. Any comment on this? You want to make a comment?
Yeah, I don't know if I want to table this appointment until we get clarification.
Well, I have a question before we do that.
Oh, okay. All right. If we can answer the question, that's fine.
Mrs. Wexler currently serves on the Environmental Commission.
Okay.
And now she's being asked to also serve on the Land Use Board. Does the service on the Environmental Commission preclude her being on the Land Use Board?
If you give me a minute, I will look to find that answer as quickly as possible.
Take your time.
The statute provides is the following, which is a little confusing. Class 2, it provides one of the officials of the municipality other than a member of the governing body to be appointed by the mayor. Provided if there is an environmental commission, the member of the environmental commission, who is also a member of the planning board, as required by public law in 1968, shall be deemed to be the Class 2 planning board member for purposes of this act in the event that there be among the Class 4 or alternate members of the planning board, both a member of the zoning board of adjustment and a member of the Board of Education. We don't have a zoning board of adjustment in Vernon. What the statute also provides with respect to Class 4 members is, and I also note that the Class 2 member is currently serving and their term is not up. What the statute provides with respect to Class 4 members, it says if there is a municipal environmental commission, the member of the environmental commission, who is also a member of the planning board, shall be a Class 4 member, unless there be among the Class 4 or alternative members of the planning board, both a member of the zoning board of adjustment or historic preservation commission and a member of the Board of Education. I don't believe that we have that situation, in which case the member common to the planning board and the municipal environmental commission shall be deemed a Class 2 member of the planning board. So if Ms. Wexler is presently on the environmental commission, she would likely have to resign that spot to be the Class 4 appointment. That would be my reading of the statutory scheme.
Okay,
I just want to note further, following up on Ms. Bucieri's question, the statute further provides for the purpose of this section, membership on a municipal board or commission whose function is advisory in nature and the establishment of which is discretionary and not required by statute shall not be considered the holding of a municipal office.
Okay,
thank you.
that's helpful.
So at this point, would the mayor like to withdraw this appointment pending a contact with Mrs. Wexler, or do you want to have it tabled at your pleasure, Mr. Mayor?
Well, it appears that I do plan to appoint Ms. Wexler as a member of the
Land use board,
no.
Environmental Commission.
Environmental Commission, thank you.
What are the other?
As a member of the Environmental Commission. So therefore, I do trust the council's reading of the law. I will have to withdraw this nomination and I'll make another Class 4 appointment at the next meeting.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
And moving on.
So,
Ms. Kelly Mitchell, I'm sorry, so there is no vote on that. Mrs. Kelly Mitchell, may I have as an alternate 2-year term expiring 12/31?
Make that motion.
Motion made by Mr. Lynch. Is there a
I'll
second?
second it.
Seconded by Mrs. Bucieri. Any question or comment on that particular appointment? Now I'll have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Bucieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Fury,
Yes.
Councilmember Lynch,
Yes.
Councilmember Shortway,
Yes.
Council President Rizzuto.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Moving to Mr. Mark Vizzini, alternate 4, 2-year term expiring 12/31/2023. As an alternate 4, may I have a motion to place that name? Motion made by Mr. Fury. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Mrs. Bucieri. Any questions or comments, or discussion on this? If not,
President, I think you should call the roll.
call the roll. Thank you, sir. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bucieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Fury,
Yes.
Councilmember Lynch,
Yes.
Shortway,
Yes.
Council President Rizzuto.
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you.
Yeah, qualified purchase.
Right. May I have a motion to place 2207, resolution, 2206. Authorizing the award of contract for professional services for qualified purchasing agent. On the
Motion.
floor. Motion made by Mrs. Bucieri. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Lynch. Does anybody have any comments? I asked for it, but do you have any?
Oh, I don't have any.
Okay, question for the mayor on this, or the business administrator. I noticed that the company, there's a company that provides this service.
He's one of the principals in this company.
Right, Sean
Sean
Canning.
Canning.
Canny. How do we pay him? Does he get a percentage of a flat fee?
Flat fee.
How much is that?
I believe that one is 7,500.
Yes.
So we're paying 7,500 for the use of a qualified PA.
Correct.
Now, I'm not going to dispute that there's a significant, probably a significant savings in using a qualified PA. I noticed also in reading the contract that he would train one individual. Is that training for to be a qualified PA, or is that for another function? It didn't say it.
Basically trains all of the administrative staff here on the proper way to make sure that when we are putting out proposals or requesting proposals, whether it be we have to go out to bid, that even when we're shooting, one of the things that we're granted because of having a qualified purchasing agent is our threshold. So 17,500 to 40,000. But she has the opportunity to review.
I understand.
Okay, so one of the things he makes sure that we, as the administrative department heads, is that when we are seeking proposals, that whatever amount of money that they are, that and that they are being entered into the record correctly when we go to make a determination. So if there are any questions, we go to him for that advice.
Okay.
So basically, he's training all of us in a manner of speaking, not one specific person.
I refer you to the contract. It would be page 2. At the top, one of the highlighted bullet points, review current purchasing policy, amend or recommend legally compliant policy if necessary. Conduct 1 purchase training for staff if requested. So we're talking about the total staff, not one individual?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any way that we can begin to train member of our own staff to qualify as a QPA?
Get this gentleman for the fact that he teaches and has taught at Rutgers University these courses. I think we're getting a deal. We could still do that, but as we found the last time we did such a practice of training somebody here, the amount of knowledge and experience that somebody like this person has versus what that other person would get in a very short period of time is a wide difference.
Well, if you're paying $7,500 per year for this service over the course of the mayor's tenure, for example, you'd be looking at $30,000. Would it not be advisable to begin working with one of our more valued members of our staff, or senior members of the staff, to look at this? Because once we do it, that person becomes, a working QPA that belongs to us, and we're not paying out $7,500 a year from that point on.
When I first arrived here in 2016, we had a PPA. That person was getting a stipend of approximately $15,000
A year?
a year.
To be the QPN.
But he seemed to think this was a better deal. Which is
Well, certainly 7,500 is better than 15,000. But then maybe at that point, our negotiating abilities were poor.
Just like I said, the amount of knowledge and the way that contract law changes nearly every year, and somebody who keeps up on it as a professional, it's not unlike, an attorney who has to keep up on all the legislation and law. So, like I said, I think, in my opinion, it's a very good selection of having this person, but I certainly am not opposed to perhaps training somebody from here in the future. I just don't know who that person would be.
Is this the first time that this is taking place, that you're using this company? Or you've done this in the past?
He's been with us for 4 years.
Oh, really? Okay. Thank you.
Mr. President, may I add comment?
Certainly.
What we need to be careful of, depending who is picked, if the mayor decides to train someone, and if they're covered by civil service, we have to be careful if we move them into an upper position, what that's going to cost us. Is it going to be more than $7,500? So if the mayor decides to train someone else, they become the QPA. If it's not a adjustment in their pay, you may have to move them in a higher position through civil service. I just don't know that answer. It's just something that would have to be looked into.
Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Council President, can I say something, please? Mike, did I cut you off again? I apologize if I did.
Say I don't care. There you go.
I've experienced the QPA that we had the last time when I was in office. I think that I'm in support of this. I really am. And if you want to work with a QPA and you want to build a fire truck, it's an experience. Hey, beyond belief. And to the point where he was a town employee as opposed to being an outside contractor, it's two totally different conversations.
So we started out with a horse and wound up with a camel.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
May I?
Mike,
I just want,
Yes, I'm sorry.
I just want to add to, like, QPAs are extremely valuable people to municipalities. They save a lot of money. They're
Yes,
very-
they do.
Well aware.
Very difficult to find. And I think you run the risk of, not to say this would happen, but if you train somebody and they're very valuable, that they would jump and go to a different municipality.
Understood.
And it's from my experience, most municipalities are contracting out.
Thank you. Thank you. May I have any further comment? We have a,
I make a motion, we call the roll.
call the roll.
Rather, I move, we call the roll. I apologize.
Thank you. Call the roll, please, Marcy.
Sure. Councilmember Bucieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Fury,
Yes.
Councilmember Lynch,
Yes.
Mr. Shortway?
Yes, I didn't hear my name called, sorry.
It's okay.
President Rizzuto.
Yes,
Motion carries.
all right. Resolution 22-07, resolution of the Township of Vernon, County of Sussex, State of New Jersey, authorizing the award of police special duty scheduling and processing vendor through the competitive contracting process CC number 11-2021. May I have a motion to place this on the floor for consideration?
I'll make a motion.
Motion made by Mr. Fury. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Bucieri. I asked about this simply because I was going through the paperwork and there was roll call, I believe, is the the organization that we would be tasking with this and paying them. Was it Extra Duty? I'm sorry, Extra Duty Solutions. Have we used these people before?
Yes,
We have.
they're used by approximately 200 municipalities. in the state.
And again, what do we pay them?
We pay, well, we do not pay them anything. They are paid by the clients that want the police services.
So,
They charge a fee to, let's say, Altice or JCP&L, who are requesting police services.
I see.
For Mountain Creek,
okay,
and they pay this company then pays the rate to the office.
okay, fine. Thank you very much. That answered my question. Any other question?
I think that I'm in support of this, and I'll tell you why. Like our business administrator just said, they're used by 200, and I have family members who are police officers, and one is a police officer in Jersey City, and my godson is a detective in Hoboken. Jersey City is just starting to have street jobs, they call them, where they go out and they direct traffic for, say, PSE&G or JCP&L. Up to now, for the last 5 years, Hoboken cops used to go into Jersey City because they didn't have anybody in Jersey City running the program. And there were people, they made it look like there was 600 officers at one place getting a hole dug. So they had to put a stop to it. And now they just finally started up again, and they have a company like this that will come in and make sure that everything is on the up and up.
Thank you.
And that's what it is.
Thank you. Ms. Bucieri, any
Um,
comment?
I have a quick question.
Certainly.
Do they do traffic control?
Yes.
Will the police do traffic control? Yes.
Does this organization do?
No.
Control?
No, they basically contract with the entity that's requesting and make arrangements with the police administration as to who gets assigned.
That takes it away from the town to administer this whole thing.
Yeah, so
this department.
they're like an agency, like a temp agency that will, yeah.
May I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Mr. Shortway, do you have a comment? Any comment?
No other comment. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Sure. Councilmember Bucieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Fury,
Yes.
Councilmember Lynch,
Yes.
Councilmember Shortway,
Yes.
Council President Rizzuto.
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you. Next one is Mr. Lynch, you requested the 22-29 continuation of the beautification committee.
I'll make the motion.
Motion is made by Mr. Lynch. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Bucieri. Question or comment on this, please?
My comments on the beautification committee is the reason why I asked this to be pulled is because they need special recognition.
Okay.
They have done such a wonderful job in Vernon, making sure that we had flowers in the divider area. Oh, although I hate the divider, I like the flowers on the divider. I like the boxes that were built around the fire hydrants. I wish the fire hydrants were operable, but that's another conversation. But I think that the beautification committee needs to hear from the council how good of a job that they are doing. And Mayor, if you can relay that message in an email to the beautification committee and let them know that we appreciate all the hard work. We see Mary Ellen Visciconti out there with her safety vest on, fixing up the place and really caring.
And there's no water, so they're lugging.
Yeah, they are, yeah.
They're literally, like Molly Pitcher, lugging water in
And
the middle of the highway. So they do a lovely job.
They're doing a great job. It's not that they're doing like mediocre, they're doing a
No,
great job.
They do a very good job.
Mayor, did we increase their budget this year?
I'm working on that now, Mr. Council President. I'm looking at that. Chances are it will be slightly increased simply because cost of flowers and things. But
Everything.
exactly how much, what the situation is,
Thank you.
but I'll be presenting.
I concur with Mr. Lynch. They're doing a very, very nice job. And
And I will make sure, council, that they know your comment.
Thank you.
It's nice to see Reba out there helping them too, which is,
Mr. Fury?
I would like to, I mentioned, one of my business owners mentioned what such a great job and just to make that point that, business owners are starting to recognize that. And I think that's what we need to do. Increase the budget, and do more for dressing up town center even during the holidays. I think that's something that's.
I think also if we can maybe task one of the people or some of the people on this committee who have a relationship or someone from your office to relay with the members of the beautification committee or their designee with some of our service groups to see if we can't, get some type of synergy between them. I noticed that we go through a lot of towns when I travel, that there, there's different types of decorations on your telephone poles, during Halloween, Thanksgiving, certainly Christmas, that perhaps maybe this type of synergy in terms of getting these people to work and investing in some long-range ideas where perhaps a particular look is voted on by the beautification committee with them, and then it's funded over a period of time by some combination of work between the service group, or whether it be, the women's club or whatever, and the beautification committee. It's this type of dynamism that I think is really helpful and saves the township money and makes everybody proud.
So, Mr. Council President, I find this extremely encouraging, and I'm sure that they will too. The beautification committee had a liaison with the council last year, and it would be good if someone would volunteer to be that liaison. They would. It was not so much official. They just asked, and I asked the council president if they would somebody volunteer.
Okay.
That would be a start to get that synergy. The second thing is I'm so encouraged by your statement because we've gotten an awful lot of positive feedback about the beautification committee for people who pass through and people who are here. But we all know it's not really enough. And your comment about seeing things on poles in towns and what have you, I'd love for us to, if we really had to put aside some kind of money in a capital budget, if that was necessary, a little at a time, and by X date, we were going to be able to buy enough nice Christmas lights to make our town look really, really beautiful. Now, we do have some challenges that other towns don't have, because I've thought about this. There's who owns the poles? What kind of connections are there? You got to rent them, and it's not as simple as some of the beautiful towns
Never is.
that you go through. Yeah, they've got sidewalks, different kinds of things. It's not as simple as some people think. But if we simply talk about how difficult it is, we'll never get anything done. And the mere fact that this positive feedback from you is very, very encouraging to me. So we may want to look at that. We may want to look at it in the budget process. And we most certainly should look at, because we don't have to buy everything. A lot of the business people are really, really very much willing to cooperate.
Well, I think it stands to help them.
If you put their name given by a source, people like that. That's positive. And I really like the idea when others business people volunteer for the town, because what it says is that people have a stake in the town.
That's right.
The town is just not buying it, that people have a stake in the town. And when you look at the covers for the fire hydrants, all of this was given. So I'd like to piggyback on that and look at that as something that we can work with on together.
Thank
And
you,
if you would think about appointing a liaison, it would be greatly appreciated.
thank you.
Nothing is more beautiful than coming down 515 in the wintertime when there is snow on the ground and then you see some lights that are in the area and most of the time it is the ski, but it's still a wonder.
We can make it better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. And I would like to refuse to be part of the beautification committee.
I
And
assume
the reason why I'm telling you, because any flower that I've ever touched never made it.
it dies.
I have plastic flowers that don't make it a week, so that's my green thumb. I'm
Thank you.
sorry.
Okay,
I may be Santa Claus, but I'm not.
all right. So can we call the roll on this one, please?
Councilmember Bucieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Fury.
Yes.
Councilmember Lynch,
Absolutely, yes.
Councilmember Shortway,
Yes.
Council President Rizzuto.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Resolution 22-30, continuation of the Greenway Action Advisory Committee. May I have a motion to place this
I'll make a motion.
issue on the floor for consideration? Motion made by Mr. Fury. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Bucieri. Any questions or comments? Certainly.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I was one of the original chair on the Greenway Action Advisory Committee. We started in 2016. That committee is extremely dedicated to building trails. The hard work out. Near-death experience. So they really did a great job of trying to do something that's going to benefit the town by something, trails and bike paths. I firmly believe this is for the betterment of the local economy. It's been proven that these local trail systems and bike trail systems do tremendous benefit to the community. And if you start this project, these types of projects, the DOT is willing to, and this is what my research has shown, that they're willing to will get grants up to almost $1.5 million for every linear mile of trail built. This committee has done an outstanding job. They were a great group. Every person that was on that group was committed to this. I had to step down because I had too many things to do, but I really encourage the council to vote yes for this Greenway Action Advisory Committee so they can continue the project they started.
I have a question. How many dollars in grants have we received from the Greenway Action Committee?
Originally, we got a grant through Sustainable New Jersey, which was, I believe it was $2,000. Thank you. We applied almost immediately for a $2,000 grant and we received it through Sustainable New Jersey. That was one of the other items that we started in the township. We got bronze certified for Sustainable New Jersey, and that allowed us to get access to grants. So
And how much is in the budget for the Greenway Action Committee?
Again, the budget is not completed now. I'm just trying to think of how much did I have last year?
I think it was about $500.
Yeah, last year.
My recollection from reviewing the audit was $500.
Yeah, that much last year. I don't even, I'm not even so sure.
Does Mr. Williams know? You want to,
We didn't authorize payment for anything, nothing.
you didn't spend your
spend
budget.
any money.
You didn't spend your budget. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. President,
Certainly, Mr. Sherwood.
thanks. One of the biggest things is, and Mike touched on it, it does make us eligible for grants, not that we've received a lot. I've always was hoping to see a grant writer or someone trained to write great grants to be more effective, but it gives us accessibility to Highlands money. It also earns the sustainable points. I think we're a bronze and we should be striving to be a silver. It's good advertising, it's good marketing for the township. And they were looking, believe it or not, when we first went in, for some committee to have the title like green in it. It was actually Dan Kadish that came up with the name of the committee, the GAC, as we call it. Thank you.
I really do appreciate the volunteer hours from the members of the committee. I appreciate Mr. Williams being here and the comments from those that emailed in. I don't doubt their dedication and interest. I would have liked to see, I guess, a little more money. I'm glad that grant was received. I don't support our township spending more funds and spending funds making trails. I don't have a problem with the committee pursuing grants and opportunities for funding if they can fully fund those pursuits. So I'm inclined to consider that, continuing the committee with that caveat that I don't support township funds in expanding any trail system. But I think it's wonderful if there's a group of citizens that want to pursue avenues of fully funding any type of trail project that does not fall on our taxpayers. I don't know if that's the goal of the Greenway Action Committee. I don't know if that's in their statement. Yeah, sure.
Excuse me,
Oh, sorry.
I could probably.
the meeting is close to the public at this point.
I apologize.
One of the problems that the Greenway Action Advisory Committee had was that we could not act as an open space committee. We were not authorized to obtain funds. The open space committee is the township council.
Gotcha.
Right.
So we were instrumental in pointing the council in the right direction and advising, but we did not have the authority to authorize or to approve that. That had to go through the council. I'm not sure if that answers the question.
I would hate to see someone spinning their wheels, pursuing a project if I wasn't going to support, you know what I mean? I hope I'm probably not being clear. I don't support taxpayer funds going to extending trails. I fully support any group of citizens pursuing something that they can fully fund through grants, businesses, fundraising, however that may be accomplished. I support that and respect that. So I don't want to support a committee if it's tied to our council providing funds. Is that clear?
Mr. Lynch, you have any comments?
No, I don't.
Okay. I think I echo much of what Mrs. Bucieri has said. Can we have a roll call,
Can I
please?
ask one more
Sure.
question? So if we approve this committee, is there a tie that we're providing them funds? Maybe the attorney can ask that, because I understood your response to me, but I'm not sure how that implies or how that reconciles with us. That, so the Greenway Committee comes to us and says, well, we want to build a trail here. We want money. Well, I'm not going to support that. So I feel kind of almost that I'd be dishonest supporting the Greenway Action Committee if I wasn't going to fully support their endeavors. Does that make sense?
I don't think they've actually built a trail. I think more what they've done is they've tasked the township. Oh, you did? Which ones?
Behind Sand Hill Road, right along Sand Hill Road.
You mean through the grass where you've had to chop
Yeah,
through?
with
By the church
by
there.
the church, all the way down to Mountain Creek. That trail was cleared by us. And then we also cleared most of the proposed trail and somewhat down to Mountain Creek.
Who takes care of the maintenance of the trail?
Maintenance was.
I can add to that, the
difficult.
the
It is
preschool,
difficult.
they've been doing it. I
Oh.
just walked that trail 3 days ago with my dog, and they're mowing it. They're sawing any trees that come down, and they've
Who is
done it
doing this?
on the preschool right next to near your house. I just can't think. of the name.
Preschool people are mowing the lawn?
The owners
Oh,
of
the
the
Montessori
school.
school there?
Yes, the Montessori school. The
Those
parents, they
toddlers
use
are
it.
tough.
Well, they also have older people.
We
The
still
parents
have
go
them.
down there. you can walk all through it. I've seen them come down there.
That's
they
nice.
keep
That is
environmental.
it's nice that they do that.
Yeah, so I would suggest then, don't keep them strictly ad hoc, keep them going, just don't put any money in the budget for them. They didn't even spend any money last year, but they have valuable input. And we were there for those summers that they opened up that trail and they did it all by themselves, and it is being maintained by volunteers. And they've asked nothing to volunteers. And like I said, I've seen many of the kids on it. I've even seen a mother pushing her stroller on. I don't know how she did it through the woods, but she was doing it on what they maintained.
So okay, that answers my question then. Thank you.
Call roll. With the proviso that there be no funding for this particular committee from the township?
That would be up to the mayor. If the mayor could give us input on that.
Well, I had most certainly support this committee. And I had planned to put in the budget an amount, exactly how much I hadn't yet determined. I wanted to talk to the members who I would be appointed to this committee, assuming that it would be authorized. I think as Council President Rizzuto said, he thought maybe about $500 was in there. He might be accurate, especially if he's looked at the latest document. But as Mr. Williams has said, they never submitted any money for it.
How about their interaction with any of our professionals, i.e. engineers developing maps? When they do that, do they come back to somebody within the administration? Or do they have the ability to contact these people directly? Because they
do not have the ability to contact them directly. They have to come through the administration.
but then the administration may do it.
Then we could authorize, but I haven't had to authorize any expenditures in these.
Within the 6 years or four, well, actually, you weren't here 4 years ago. So
Feels like 6 years. Right?
Really didn't spend money.
But I would, if in fact the council would approve them based on the fact that no money in the budget, that's the council's. If the council want to do it, okay, but I would prefer that they not. I prefer that I have the option to propose a certain amount that and the budget that I present to the council, then the council make a decision at that time. That's what I would prefer.
So you want to table this?
No, I do not want to table it. I'd like for them to be authorized. And if in fact the council has concern about the amount of money that they would spend.
It's minimal.
Budget, we get to the budget, you could say, don't take that out, I don't want that in.
The amount of money that's being spent by this committee is minimal.
I agree.
My question is whether or not it's indeed necessary. And whether or not the interaction between this particular committee with professionals creates an expense, an appropriation that's significantly more than what they're paying for. Because I honestly don't see the benefit of this group.
Well, I can.
Demonstrably, I can see what's happening with beautification, the EDAC. But on this one, I was never, in favor of it from its, when it was constituted.
Well, I can say that there are no expenses that are authorized necessarily from professionals, especially in a significant degree. There's no expense to authorize professionals for them. In terms of your view of their value, I can't really address that.
Well, if you
Can't really address that.
going out and just developing paths, to me, is something that you don't need to have recognition by the township administration or the township council. They want to do that on their own, they can do that on their own. I mean, there has to be a reason why a number of people have said, please don't disband this committee. I mean, why?
That I don't know. I was surprised at the amount of support that they were getting.
I am
It certainly was amazing that we had 8 or 9 emails and I didn't hear anybody saying anything about disbanding it.
Yeah.
Boy, isn't that something?
What's that?
Isn't that something?
What?
That we had 8 or 9 emails saying don't disband it, and I didn't hear anybody say anything about disbanding it.
Oh,
Well,
That's a good point.
How did that happen? Some fairy out of the sky came and told them, you better write an email because they're gonna disband it?
oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I don't know. Wasn't discussed.
Boy,
It
ain't that something, huh?
wasn't discussed at the last meeting and certainly, you know,
Gives me reason to believe.
I do believe. May we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Bucieri,
no.
Councilmember Fury,
Yes.
Councilmember Lynch,
No,
Councilmember Shortway,
Yes.
Council President Rizzuto.
No.
Motion doesn't carry.
Thank you. Moving to resolution 22-43, appointment to the Vernon Township Municipal Utility Authority. May I have a motion to place this particular
I'll
issue
make the motion.
on the floor? Moved by Mr. Lynch. Is there a second? May I have a second, please?
Second,
Seconded by Mrs. Curie. Question or discussion?
Mr. President, I would ask that this be postponed to the next meeting and we submit resolutions for each candidate separately. I believe there's only 4.
we could vote them separately now. We did that for land use, didn't we?
You did, but I support Mr. Fury because of the actions he's taken. And I can go through the numerous actions, but I'll be brief. Cut operations by $300,000. Connection fees cut in half. Sewer rates have remained stable for almost 2 years. He has the experience. As a matter of fact, even Mr. DeYoung said when he ran for the board in 2014, there's nothing better than experience. Mr. Fury is the most experienced person that submitted an application. When Newark had trouble with the water, it was Mr. Fury who worked on that team and corrected Newark's problem. The same thing with Trenton, the same thing with South River, the same thing with West Milford. He's in Rockaway now. He's a licensed operator and he's not even considered. He has more experience than anyone on the MUA. He lectures at Rutgers and NJIT. He also will lecture at national conventions on water and sewer water, and we get it for free if he's just even an alternate. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have something.
Sure.
At the December 22nd meeting, we had there was a resolution to switch Mike Fury to vote on a 2-year term in the MUA. And yet, Mike, you resigned on December 1st from the original position you were in. It's kind of confusing to understand why somebody would want to be on something that they resigned from.
Want me to explain?
Sure, I'm listening.
Yeah, the reason I resigned, which I tried to state at the meeting, was I was the current chair. And when I took over as chair, all I could tell you, it was MUA was in pretty bad shape. And we just lost the executive director. The next one that stepped in resigned like 2 weeks after I started. So I put a significant amount of time in being the chair of that MUA. And I've heard that from other people who have run the MUA. It's a significant amount of time. I could not run my own business. I could not keep up with the pace of being a chair. So I resigned. I considered it. I considered coming on back as an alternate because there's less requirements. there's not that time commitment that you get with. If you speak to, I think even Ed Snook was chair at one time, John Perry, Ed Seeger, it's a significant amount of time you have to spend doing it. And that's the reason why I resigned.
Thank you. You have any? Are you asking Mr. Shortway to table this?
To postpone it to the next, I guess, really technically to table something, there needs to be an emergency and you should vote on it by the end of the emergency. So can we postpone it till the next meeting?
Okay,
If table is the term you want to use, Mr. President, I have no problem with that whatsoever.
motion has been made to table.
I'll second that motion.
Motion is made to table and seconded. May we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Bucieri,
No.
Councilmember Fury,
Yes.
Councilmember Lynch.
No.
Councilmember Shortway,
Yes,
Council President Rizzuto.
No.
Motion fails. May we have a roll call vote on the appointments, please?
Please announce the appointment, right?
Appointments are for the term voting member, Mr. Ed Snook. And thank you. I lost my paper over here. Expiring 2001, 27, seat 3, Mr. Edward Snook. And alternate 2, expiring 2001, 2025. This is an unexpired term for Mr. Edward D. Young. You want to take them separately or all together?
I'm okay.
Do them both together.
I'm
Okay,
okay
fine.
together.
And may I have a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Councilmember Bucieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Fury,
No.
Councilmember Lynch,
Yes.
Councilmember Shortway,
no,
Council President Rizzuto.
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you. Item number 15, Emergency Management Coordinator, Resolution number 22-39, the appointment of Office of Emergency Management Coordinator Ken Clark.
I make that motion.
Motion is made by Mr. Lynch, seconded by Mr. Fury. Are there any questions or comments or discussion on this appointment?
I think that he's been doing a great job notifying the public of impending inclement weather. Although living up here, it's a job for most people to learn how to deal with the weather, but I agree with this wholeheartedly.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? No, I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Bucieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Fury.
Yes.
Councilmember Lynch,
Yes.
Councilmember Shortway,
yes,
Council President Rizzuto.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mayor appointments to boards, commissions, and committees. This to the Environmental Commission, Board of Recreation, Beautification Committee, and the Economic Development Advisory Committee. May I have a motion to place this on the floor?
I make that motion.
Motion made by Mr. Lynch. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Bucieri. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Council President. I take this opportunity to again thank the host of volunteers who actually serve on municipal boards, committees, and commissions. Actually, by them volunteering their thoughts, their ideas, and their time and their efforts, they enable our town to provide our residents the type of services that we could never, ever financially afford to provide without them. And they contribute significantly to Vernon being an even better town in which to live and raise a family. Quite frankly, I never cease to be impressed, not only by the high degree of enthusiasm displayed by these volunteers to help our town, but also by the talent, by the experience and the training that so many of these volunteers bring with them through positions in which they serve. At this time, I'm going to make appointments to 4 different committees, boards, and/or commissions. I reserve the right to make other appointments at a later date. In fact, I'll have to make one other appointment at a later date as it relates to the land board. My initial appointment is to fill a single vacancy that exists on the Municipal Environmental Commission. For the past 17 months, this position has been held by Mrs. Diane Wexler. When I appointed Ms. Wexler to this commission in August of 2021, she was but one of several outstanding individuals who submitted volunteer applications to serve on the Municipal Environmental Commission. At that time, I chose to appoint Ms. Wexler to this commission because of the significant amount of important experience that she would bring to this commission. This experience included her previous service on this commission during a 5-year period between 2011 and 2016, and her previous representation of this commission as its liaison to the land use board. And because her leadership has more than lived up to my expectation, I hereby not only reappoint her to this commission for another 3-year term, but under the authority that I have as mayor, I also appoint her to serve as the commission's chair during that 3-year term. My next appointment is to fill 4 vacancies on our Municipal Board of Recreation, a board that has proven itself to be very effective in planning and in organizing and in directing, coordinating, and controlling well-organized recreational activities for Vernon's families in general, and Vernon's youth in particular. 3 of these vacancies are due to the fact that positions on this board that were held by Mrs. Stephanie Salingo, Mrs. Carolyn Kakachi, and Mrs. Denise Urbaniak have this year come to an end. Because they have been such key parts of the Board of Recreation success in our town, I hereby reappoint them to new 3-year terms on this important board. I also appoint Mrs. Ebony Erickson to a 3-year term on the Municipal Recreation Board. She will fill the 4th and final vacancy on this board. Mrs. Erickson is currently actively involved with the Vernon recreational community by assisting her husband with PAL coaching, with the PAL soccer team. And over the past several years, she has used her BA in psychology, her master's in counseling psychology, and her postmaster's in applied behavioral analysis to work with and support children and families. My next appointment will be, and 4th appointment will be to appoint members to the Economic Development Advisory Committee. Under the dynamic leadership and creative leadership of Mrs. Jennifer Loveline, along with key members Dr. Nicholas Herrero and Mrs. Karen Tony, this committee did an outstanding job of encouraging, promoting, and assisting business growth and business retention in our town. And therefore, I'm glad to reappoint them to new terms on the committee. I add to this committee Mr. Andy Young, who I am also pleased has agreed to serve as another year as the mayor's representative to the Board of Education's Town Liaison Committee. This is not necessarily an official authorized committee, but I think that having a liaison to the Board of Education, in addition to the liaison for the council. When we look at our budget, we really see that a significant amount of the budget, and this is not a knock at the schools, it's just the way it is, but a significant amount of the budget comes from the schools. And I literally want to be, I can't attend all those meetings, but I literally want to have some understanding and perhaps some say so in what goes on there. Mr. Andy Young has been a president of the Board of Ed. I have great respect for him. I see you appointed him to the board, and he has agreed to be the mayor's liaison to this committee. I also appointed Ms. Susan Berkeley, who will bring her 30 years of marketing experience to this committee. My 5th and final appointments are to the town's outstanding municipal beautification committee. And Mr. Council President and council members, I was really very, very pleased to hear your comment. This is a committee that has received lots of praise They received lots of thanks and other glowing words of appreciation from all segments of our town, as well as from those who live in other towns who actually pass through our town. There are beautiful plants in the summer, spring, and fall, and the outstanding holiday decorations in the winter, which this year included snowmen and a few of the joyful gnomes that we see around town. It actually lifted our spirits and caused our hearts to smile with pride at how good and welcoming our town looked. There are beautiful plans in the summer, spring, and the outstanding holiday decorations, which this year, as I said, included, I wrote this twice. So it is with pleasure that I bring this team back again this year for 2022. I hereby reappoint the individual who has led this committee so successfully during my 2 years as mayor. That's Mrs. Mary Ellen Bitsakani. I also appoint the other creative team members who have worked diligently side by side with her. I speak of Stephanie Saligo, Ms. Reba Burrell, and Ms. Karen Gone. This year, I add to this team Mrs. Joanne Donahue. Mr. Council President, that concludes my appointments, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Council President,
Yes, sir.
in acclamation, I'd like to vote.
I don't think we're necessary for a vote
You don't need to.
on this. These are the main.
Council President, please don't vote on these. I apologize. It's that easy.
Certainly, if you want to vote on yourself, that's fine.
I want to vote that they're good people. That's what I want to say.
Okay, moving along. Recommendation to amend ordinance number 21-25. There,
Thank you.
one of our business owners has asked to make a presentation to the council regarding this. Danny and Dan Siegel.
I make a motion, we open the floor.
Thank you, sir. Motion is made. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion carries.
Hi.
No need to be nervous, Dan.
I'll try to keep this.
We're all friends.
My God, it looks like you have 25, maybe 35 index cards.
Yes, well, large print. I won't be long, it's late. And my wife Danny wants to talk and Tricia's here.
Sure.
To represent us trying to. So first of all, I wanted to thank you for allowing us the time tonight to speak to you about our town's future. Business in town for 32 years, and own our building in town for 13 years. Two children here, and have volunteered our time and our energy to make government and local organizations. Name a few, I've served on the Vernon Chamber of Commerce, on the Vernon EPAC, and served as chair. Side Exchange, I created the Vernon Independent Retailers Association. I served on Tunnel Lakes, I was on the board of directors and served as the chair. In my industry, we are involved politically as well as economically in different commissions and boards, and we're involved in our synagogue. Danny has spoken to our schools, civic groups, and conducted tours of the store for our elementary school children. We've been a valuable source of education, knowledge, alternative products, and caring for our community. We help our community children, schools, and so do you into our store. And ask them. You trust us, and our community trusts us. 10 years ago, we saw the retail landscape change. We began to question the sustainability of our beautiful natural food store in our small town. The pandemic has made it very clear that the landscape has been forever changed. So how did we get here? On November 3rd, 2020, the voters of New Jersey
voted by 67.08% to legalize the cultivation, distribution, processing, testing, and retail sales of cannabis. Sussex County voters voted yes by 66.4%, and the Vernon voters voted yes by 70%. Clearly, the overwhelming amount of voters in Vernon want the freedom to purchase cannabis legally, safely, and securely. I immediately contacted Mayor Burrell and started my research into the process and cost of applying for a legal cannabis retail license. I also urged the mayor to urge the town council to opt in by the August 21st, 2021 date, so as to not limit our town's ability to regulate, choose its partners, and benefit from this process. At that time, we were contacted by the Shrine Group, the #1 retailer in California and in the top 5 in the country. The Shrine Group and us began talking, and we arranged a meeting with Mayor Burrell, Tock, the president of the Shrine Group, Trish, Paula, their lawyer, Danny, and myself. If I'm saying anything that's incorrect, please. Correct. At this meeting, when the mayor was asked what projects in town were in need of financial support that we could help with. And the mayor responded, the building and maintenance of the pump track, parking at the AT, the building and maintenance of walking trails, and band shell. Wow. All sounds good to me, right? Shrine has sent a legal letter of intent to Mayor Burrell, and it has been deemed legal by our township lawyer. And it commits to $175,000 a year for every year they're in business in this town to give to this town for it to use for community projects. And this is what they do. They do this in every town they visit. This is a coup for the Vernon Township. All I've heard tonight is taxpayers' grief about money, the cost of things, volunteerism. Here's a company that's willing to come into our town on top of property tax, on top of sales tax, on top of the 2% tax that could be levied to them on their gross revenue. They're willing to commit to a minimum of $175,000 a year, folks. That's free money. As I began my research into the Shrine Group, I was amazed and excited at what positive effects they have had in the communities they do business in. They uplift every community they serve. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Allow me to explain the application process. The reason I want to do this is because I've heard from numerous people, well, if the Shrine Group wants to be here, they can buy any building, they can go into business with anybody, anywhere, and fit into the constraints of the ordinance. That's just not true. The way the application process works is, first, it's very expensive. Second, it's very time-consuming, tedious. It requires lawyers and accountants and all kinds of specialists. This is just the application. There's no guarantee you're going to get the license. New Jersey kept changing the rules. Every week they were changing the rules. As of today, all applications for legal dispensaries are due in the state by March 15, 2022. Applications are graded on a point system. So every box needs to be checked. There's points allowed for every application's fills, for lack of a better word. First thing that's important is that the application must be tied to real estate. Okay, so the Shrine Group approached us and said, we'd like to purchase your building and go into a partnership with you in a retail cannabis business. So the applications need to be tied to real estate. And what that means really is, Mike, you and I could not apply for a license in the state of New Jersey and say, we just want a license. We don't know where we're going to open it. Just give us the license. No, the state wants to know where you're operating, how you're going to be doing that. So it's tied to real estate. The second most important part of the application process is the story. Who are they involved with? They approached Danny and myself because A, we run a clean business for 32 years in this town. B, we're in the healthcare business. We have a history of helping people. Seems to be a good approach. The other thing that's important in the application process is the story. So it's not just that that we have this building and we have this lovely couple that serves and helps people all the time, but they're also looking to pay back through social equity the people that were adversely affected on the war on drugs. So what they're trying to do is help minorities, women, and veterans. So to get extra points in the application, it would be helpful to have a veteran, a minority, or a woman. My wife happens to own a majority of the shares of our business. Another box checked off.
Smart woman.
Smart man. The other thing that's very, very important, I hear everybody commenting about is security. Our children, our children, our children. There is no company that is more concerned about the children of this town than Danny and myself and the Shrine Group. And they've proven that in every town that they go into. Part of the application process is you need to name the security team, you need to name the security plan, and you need to name every person that's on the security team, and they have to have a background check. Same is true with the IT plan. They have to come up with a company, we have to name the people that are involved in the IT plan and what their positions are going to be. Also, they must pass all local ordinances and regulations. You also need to fill out a form about community outreach, which is part of what Shrine does in every town that they're in. And the last thing, which is the most important to all of us, is their financial security. This is not a company that's just discovered that cannabis could be a good business. They've been doing this a long time, and they have a proven track record of financial security. I think that would be very important to all of us. So we're ready to go, right? I got the application, the town passes an ordinance. 2125 allows 3 dispensaries in town, no closer than 2,000 feet from a school, public park, PAL building, and public ball field. Danny and I never thought that our building was less than 2,000 feet from the pump track. Well, it is 340 feet from the pump track. Not 340 feet down the street, next door, over, or around the block. 340 feet through woods, rocks. There might even be streams back there, I don't know. And there's at least 3 to 5 other lots. What's the concern? You can't get into the building without a license proving you are 21 years of age. You can't bring your children, you can't bring your grandchildren, and there's no loitering in the parking lot. You buy your product, you get in your car and go home. So a lot of these concerns are being addressed today. I also feel that this ordinance is way too restrictive to ever allow any development in the town center and on the Route 94 corridor. Businesses, successful businesses beget other businesses. When you've got a business that's bringing people into your town center, other businesses will open, other businesses will thrive. For a town that keeps saying they're open for business, for a town that keeps saying that they want to build a town center, I don't understand why you would say no to this. Our building cannot be seen from the pump track. No one can get into this building without a license, with a photo of 20 years of age. No children, no grandchildren, period. Unlike the liquor store, unlike the lottery store, unlike the cigarettes, and unlike the gun store. Take your kids into all those places. It is against the law to consume in public or in your car. There will be security on the property to prevent any loitering whatsoever. So why are we here? We're asking that ordinance 2125 be amended so as to reduce the distance from a park, and only a park. If you want to keep the schools and the ball field and the PAL building, that's fine. Only a park to no less than 300 feet. Or remove the word park from the ordinance.
There is no park in the ordinance.
this ordinance 2125 says public park.
You have in the ordinance?
Yes, it says public park and public culture. I don't know if it's even, I don't even know if the pump track has been declared a park. But there's two ways we can go about this. We can reduce the distance, or we can take the word park out. And this would allow the township of Vernon to unbelievable benefits by having this company here. And this company will not be in this town without this. And that's not a threat, that's just the way it is. They need us, and we need them. So I'm asking for all of us to work together and reduce the distance, or take the word park out. And then all we're gonna do is apply. There's no guarantee we're gonna get the license. We still need to get the license. But by having all of these things in our ducks lined up, we feel we have a very strong chance of receiving the license. Lastly, I just want to say it's here, and it's not going to go anywhere. This is an opportunity for us, through this partnership, to make sure that the sales in Vernon are done right, done professionally, done securely, and done with respect for our residents and our community. A positive force and a willing and able partner. That's it. And now I'd like for Danny to talk. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. I know everybody's tired. I hope I don't put you to sleep. Thank you for allowing me to express myself on behalf of our hometown Vernon and my community. Many of you know me, but for those of you that don't, I'm Dr. Lee, 65 years old. I have lived in Highland Lake since 1979. Yeah, I did it now for 22 years. I raised both my children in Vernon. They excelled in the school system here. They went on to become professionals in the field. They're active in their communities and are amazing parents themselves. Our son is Dr. Noah Siegel, Boca Raton, Florida, and our daughter, Alana Scherer, is a certified doula in Morristown, New Jersey. I have a passion to help people. It's who I am. It's who I've always been. I have owned a business in Vernon and serving our families here for over 32 years now. Our business is Healthy Times Market on Route 94. A blessing I'm extremely proud of. My husband, Dan Siegel, is my partner in life and in my business as well. We are in the healthy living business. That has been our passion for over 40 years. I am proud to say that we were the first to bring organic food to our community and the neighboring communities way back when, and non-GMO foods as well, and the best quality supplements to our families here in our community and the surrounding communities. Our passion has given us an excellent reputation in Vernon and beyond. People have trusted us. It's been amazing. I have worked hard. I completed 2 master's programs and went on to receive my doctorate in nutrition, specializing in holistic nutrition and botanicals and herbs as therapy and medicine. I started my formal education after I donated a kidney to my sister and promised her, as we were being wheeled into surgery, that I would become educated to assist my community. I remember saying those words. That was about 30 years ago. I wanted to, if she and I survived that transplant, to assist my community better by going back to school and getting my degrees, so that people would feel more comfortable and trust me, especially in the alternative therapies in the field that I am passionate about. It took me many years to complete my education as I worked full-time at Healthy Times Market and as a mom. Needless to say, it was not an easy task. As I spent hours in coursework in presenting and educating locally in many hospitals and other venues, even here at the senior center many, many times, and as a successful and healthy business owner in Vernon, offering jobs to many, many local people, young and older. I am really, really proud of this. I became the local expert providing guidance in the use of botanicals as medicine. Proud to have many local medical doctors asking my advice and sending me their patients. Amazing. I'm extremely honored to hold this position and have that know me in this. Business owner in Vernon has been like having an extended family that we share very deeply. It's been easy, but I have had the honor and blessings to assist so many of the families here in Vernon that I personally feel a commitment to do the right thing. And to continue to do the right thing when an opportunity arises as the landscape of business is changing. To help keep the town healthy and safe, and to help provide financial well-being for Vernon as well. To continue to raise the health bar of Vernon. With the legalization of adult use cannabis, my fear of people selling unlicensed, unregulated products has come true. As we make the application for licensing, there are people who are not doing the right thing right here in our town. And selling products without being licensed to sell and not caring about people and families burning and not paying the tax that is due to the people. Not to the well-being of our community. This is serious. Education in this field is extremely security and expertise are extremely important. As Dan said, cannabis is here, it's here. It's legal for adult use, and it's safe. It should be done professionally, safely, and done right in learning. We all deserve your families to see. We are partnering with this Shrine Group. As Dan mentioned, they have already sent a letter of intent committing to $175,000 annually to our town. And this is on top of the taxes that will go to help fund Vernon's future. The financial future is given the opportunity to do it safely and right. I wanted to just read some of the letter of intent that they had sent to their morale. The Shrine Group has partnered with Vernon locals to better understand their needs and integrate itself into the community. The Shrine Group has discussed the needs of their town in detail with the mayor and local. Across the board, the town representative stated it is important for them to develop a town center. In order to develop the town center, the town's plans include to build a bicycle pump track, developing a walking trail. The town also believes that having a cannabis retail dispensary operated by a group with strong operational expertise will assist with the development of the town center. The Shrine Group is committed to having a positive impact on the localities it enters into. As a result, the Shrine Group is committed to donating a minimum of $175,000 annually for as long as it operates a cannabis business in the town. In addition to the local taxes for the town to use in the development of the above listed needs or other needs. The Shrine Group, partnering with our Healthy Times family on Route 94, will help to make sure that there is financial security for whatever community projects or whatever amenities the future of Vernon may need. And this is important, while maintaining a safe, secure, and very professional environment. We Mr. Dalton is this opportunity for a committed and passionate Vernon family that has served and invested in Vernon for over 42 years to partner with a very respectful and successful business that does security correctly. A company that cares about the communities they serve and the people in those communities. My husband and I love the families here in Vernon. We have dedicated our entire adult life to you. We have served and supported you for many years. We want to see Vernon flourish beyond our expectations. That's what this partnership will help do. That is why we are asking to amend ordinance number 2125 to allow this amazing opportunity to move forward and make sure that Vernon residents are served safely and with security. Without this amendment, the Shrine Group cannot partner with us or with you. Anyone. Without our building on Route 94 and our ability to get the license, this opportunity is sadly lost to Vernon forever. Please do not miss the opportunity to do the right thing for Vernon. Again, I'm very grateful for your time and to be able to express my thoughts and heartfelt concerns. I'm glad nobody fell asleep. I know it's very late. I thank you, and I thank you for your service to our town. Trish, she can also explain who she is and what she does.
Trish, can you please give us your full name and your residence and who you represent, please, for the record?
Yes, absolutely. My name is Trish Zeta. I am the owner of a consulting firm called the Kaufman Zeta Group. We're a government affairs firm that helps both municipalities with applications as well as applicants in the cannabis space, amongst other government relations functions.
Are you employed by Shrine?
Sure, yes,
You are.
Shrine is my client. They have actually come in and hired myself and my firm. My background, just so everyone has an understanding of where I'm coming from. In 2018, when the state of New Jersey allowed for the second round of vertically integrated medical marijuana licenses, I was a member of the team that helped write the highest scoring license in the state of New Jersey. We actually were awarded a license in 2013 for vertically integrated. We're located in Morris County for cultivation, and then there is Phillipsburg and Maplewood as dispensaries, was where the team ultimately ended up. So I have been working in the space with the Department of Health, with applicants and with municipalities for about 4 years now. You can tell that the Shrine Group chooses wisely their partners. The Seagulls here are amazing people and the kind of partners the Shrine Group looks for wherever they live. The Shrine Group has 20 dispensaries in California. By revenue, they are the largest cannabis cultivator, manufacturer, and dispenser in the state of California. They have a product that I think is one of the best selling. I think it's top 1 or 2 selling products under the name of Sizz. The company was founded by 2 veterans. So they place importance on security and on partnerships in where they locate. Just to give you an idea about the dispensaries. In addition to the letter of intent that we shared for $175,000 to come to Vernon Township, that would be in addition to a 2% tax. So the town can choose to charge up to 2%. That can be used at their discretion. Municipalities across the state are doing different things. Some are dedicating it to law enforcement, some for education purposes, some for different reasons that the town chooses that is important to them. That 2% can be used. The $175,000 that we were proposing is in addition to that 2% for community involvement, at the discretion, of course, of the mayor and the council, to be used in ways that the letter of intent can be drafted. That's part of the application process. I'll touch on security. I don't know if anyone's been to dispensaries in the past. They are extremely secure. No one can enter the front door if you're not 21 years of age without showing ID. If not, you're immediately turned away. There's no loitering. On average, a dispensary will have anywhere between 20 to 40 cameras within the interior and exterior of the building. And there are vaults that are required by regulations by the state. So they are highly secure areas. Crime has actually gone down in many municipalities that have opened dispensaries. In terms of the downtown, the dispensary itself tends to be, at least in the early months, and given that New Jersey is one of the newer states in the East Coast to have adult use, they tend to be places of destination spots initially. And very often we found that other businesses would pop up near dispensaries, in particular cafes and other service-oriented folks. And one of the things that the Shrine Group does is try to make sure that, if possible, when we can, is hire locally and make sure that we use any of the vendors that we can locally as well. One of the things I wanted to just propose to you tonight is that, well, first of all, let me commend you, because the town did a really great job in adopting an ordinance, I know, in a timeframe that was dictated by the state of New Jersey in a statute that said that August 21st, municipalities had to either opt in or opt out. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the choice of doing so after the fact. What I've been working on a number of municipalities with recently is a number of them opted either in or out, and have found that there are circumstances that they weren't aware of after the fact. And I've had to go back and change those ordinances. Towns like Phillipsburg realized that they had drug-free school zone maps that hadn't been updated since the 80s. So ordinances that had zoning in them that were specific to certain locations where people could apply no longer were actually places where they could, because the maps hadn't been updated. So where schools had been closed, literally schools had been closed, but because the maps weren't validated and updated, the state of New Jersey said, no, you know, these applications are null and void, we can't accept them. And that's been happening, quite honestly, a lot across the state. A lot of municipalities are going back and now redoing their ordinances because of circumstances that they didn't foresee. Or, for example, in this case, with parks, it wasn't something that I think the Siegels or the Shrine Group really understood, that 2,000 square feet was going to be beyond the distance that the ordinance when it was adopted. I'll share with you that the 2,000 feet location from a school is one of the tightest locations I've seen, actually. Quite frankly, most municipalities are doing between 200 feet to 1,000 feet. But it's up to the municipality to do as you choose, and that's appropriate for your town, so you do that. But parks, on the other hand, by and large, for the most part, are not included in ordinances that, from a location standpoint, most towns aren't including them. Things like daycare centers, churches, ballparks, which you do have in yours, those things are commonly added as, you know, a distance requirement for the location, anywhere from 200 feet to 1,000. But parks, by and large, have not been restricted in these ordinances. So, you know, I bring that up to say that if the council were amenable, you've done a great job in putting these dispensaries, the 3 that you are allowing, in locations that are commercial and retail. I think you want to have the benefit of trying to have those in that area, and their property is a perfect location for it. If you would consider amending the ordinance either to be less than 300 feet or take out parks, then we can continue our potential partnership with the town and with the Siegels, and hopefully be good community partners in the home here. And I'm happy to answer any questions about the Shrine Group or other.
I have a question. Is it like you said, if every township, municipality in the state of New Jersey is dealing with these distance issues. It has to be done. Are there statistics available from any organization, your organization, of what these are statewide? With the municipalities who opted in.
So not that I'm aware of. What I've been doing is when I have the opportunity, either through working with a potential, municipality that wants to host one of these, or just, articles that I'm reading, I'm kind of keeping notes on all the towns that have had to do changes. For example, I was thinking some notes the other night, Jersey City just changed theirs to 200 linear feet from school. Asbury Park originally, I don't know if you remember years ago, when the medical marijuana conversation started, they were going to be the first town in the state to have medical marijuana dispensaries. And what happened was they passed the 1,000-foot ordinance for schools. It's a very small community, and there's a school pretty much every 1,000 feet. And there was no available properties that any of the dispensaries, potential applicants could find to be in the town. So they had to redo their ordinance and have since done it multiple times. But no, to answer your question, there is no
I think it'd be helpful.
database that.
I think it'd be helpful. I know it's brand new, it's probably not available, but it would be helpful for us to make a decision. We have that information available. I'd like to see, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what other towns do.
I mean, I can put together some of the towns that I'm aware of and what their distances
would be
are. I
great.
mean, I can tell you that, the few that I've been working with in the last 6 weeks had to change ordinances for different reasons. But you're asking for distance from parks.
Yeah, I know you mentioned parks.
Yeah, by and
It's not
large, mostly
typical.
parks are not typically in these ordinances.
I'd be interested to see what the other distances from other schools, things like that. I'd be interested to know that.
Sure.
I know I'm asking a lot, but.
What I'll tell you is I'll do my best to find some
That's-
relative
that's
to
okay,
parks.
that's okay.
But in terms of schools and others, they range anywhere between 200 feet at Merchantville, 300 feet for any property for a park. East Newark just changed theirs for 250 feet from playground or school. Ewing Township they actually changed theirs to include more dispensaries. They realized that they wanted additional licenses. They had more cultivation than they had dispensing, and they wanted to change some of that. But I can send you at least
That would be helpful.
on the park side.
That'd be helpful. Thank you.
I'd like to discuss this with the council. I think I have questions with the council, and where else does the Shrine Group work in New Jersey?
Nowhere. Right now, they're in California, strictly California-based company.
And any rule that the Shrine Group would have to go by if the Healthy Times was to, if we were able to accommodate this, is done in every other dispensary in the state that is of the same ilk as Shrine? Because I know that Secaucus has one, Montclair has one, and I've actually witnessed those. And you wouldn't know that cannabis is being sold there other than the address, and it's not like they have a big pot plant sitting outside with a big finger going right over here, it's not the way it works. And they don't have a guy outside with one of them big foam arrows that, like your used car lot. But in the same token, where seems like the only thing we're struggling with here is to nuance one sentence of an ordinance. And
So the state of New Jersey highly regulates
sure,
the cannabis industry.
it's New Jersey.
especially, has been challenging and adult use are even stricter restrictions. So yes, my group would have to adhere to all standards. And by and large, municipalities, and I believe I have your ordinance here, you also have an application process here in your township. So you also have the opportunity to, because it's a conditional use that you've approved, to put additional requirements or restrictions, hopefully within reason, that would be required of any entity that were to come here. And yes, the stores have been called a cross between a pharmacy and the Apple store. They really are very discreet. There aren't flashing signs or anything like that. The folks that work there are trained and there to be helpful. We really want these to not have want them to be places where people can go.
And it's certainly not like a dark street in one of the inner cities where we predominantly recognize where drugs are sold. And there are no illegal activities going to happen at any of these places.
Cannabis in New Jersey has to be organically grown without
Okay.
pesticides. It is, in some of the purest form that you can find, as opposed to what's going on the illicit market right now. And because the state legalized it, you can have possession of it, but you can't purchase it at this, we're like in limbo right now. And so there are illicit, folks selling it out there and you don't know, it hasn't been tracked, traced. I mean, we have seed sale tracking that the state follows. There isn't a single plant or seed that isn't accounted for by the state of New Jersey.
Thank you.
There any other questions? Mayor?
Yeah.
What we're looking at here is a revision in an existing ordinance. But to me, it's funny that the ordinance was passed and the same majority that passed it now can't seem to bring it together. My concern is, I'm looking at these numbers, 66% in Sussex County and 70% in Vernon. So my feeling is pretty much, I think I've told Danny and Dan that, I personally, I have a principal problem with it. But that doesn't, I'm just concerned. Government is process. And unless the process is followed or allowed to evolve, then the community doesn't have any confidence in the government. Now, as chief executive officer in the township, certainly I would love to hear your comments on this. But also not only there, but I'm wondering if we were to devote a special meeting either on a Saturday morning or, a short meeting, short in the sense that we're looking at a one-issue meeting and specifically during a week, like on a Wednesday or something like that, where we can schedule that meeting and have it there for, a couple of hours. That way the public can come in, express their particular views on something like this, and people won't feel that their feelings have not been respected, their thoughts haven't been given any consideration. And those who may feel as I do might say, yeah, okay, and I have my chance and I understand. And at least the council at that point can take it into consideration. I mean, I could also say, hey, this is great. If I don't want it to happen, I just don't think that's right. I think, I was elected not because of my personal point of view, but if I were to vote on it, I would have to vote my personal point of view. But I do think that the community should have an opportunity to have their point of view expressed in a way that the process is validated. I don't know what you want to say to this, what you think.
Well, let me just say, the ordinance wasn't passed rushed. There was quite a bit of, there were quite a few people who expressed opposition to the town opting in. The final vote was in the council. I was one of the ones, I was strongly in favor of the town opting in. I was strongly in favor of the town opting in for a couple of reasons. Number one, not opting in for Vernon Township was not going to mean that cannabis was no longer going to be legal. It was not going to mean that cannabis was not going to be used in Vernon Township. It was not even going to mean it wasn't going to be sold in Vernon Township, because one of the licenses that is granted by the state of New Jersey is what they call a deliverer's license. It's like a taxi driver, or a person can have a store or in South Jersey or in Hamburg or anywhere, and I can go online or call up and order that product, and there's a deliverer who will deliver it to me. And in my personal view, I think eventually most of the cannabis that's going to be sold in New Jersey is going to be sold online. It's like everything else. If you doubt that, look at maybe from near your store, if you get really. If you look at the delivery trucks in our neighborhoods and what have you. So I don't really think that our ordinance doesn't make cannabis legal illegal. It's already legal. It's adult use. And if I thought for 1 second that having a cannabis retail store in our town was going to mean that more individuals, kids, adults would be using cannabis or hooked on drugs or something of that nature, I wouldn't vote for it for 1 second. Addiction is not something that's foreign to me. Me and my wife's family, in a very, very close way. So, but I don't believe not having this product sold in our town is going to mean that more people are going to use it or not use it. You know, it's like saying if we don't have a liquor store in Vernon, nobody's going to in Vernon's going to drink liquor. They're going to go to Franklin, they're going to go wherever they really need to go to get the product. Number one. Number two, you know, if someone wanted to open a cigarette store or a liquor store, they could open it in Danny's Place easily. There's no limitation that you've got to be 5,000 feet or what have you. And these are products that I'm talking about that people have concerns about from addictions, from other moral standpoints. From my standpoint, I don't have any concerns about not having any distance limitation. I personally don't. The typical 1,000 differences that we see for schools is related to controlled substances. Immediately when this product became legal in the state of New Jersey, it's no longer a controlled substance. You know, as it relates to, so if we're going to have a meeting of the council and a session where people can come, I'm not so sure what they're going to express, unless you're going to say, we're going to rescind our ordinance. That's the only thing that I can see. I'm not so sure. I can guarantee there's going to be people who are going to say, I don't want it here, I don't want it. That's just the nature of what's really happening. As it relates to the Siegel, you know, they are first-class people. They, you know, I don't have any idea whether or not they in the Shrine Group will be able to get a license. Getting one of these licenses is extremely, extremely difficult. There's no guarantee that they're going to get a license, and they know that. It's really, really hard. But if someone in this town wanted to go into business with someone to sell cannabis, if you would open up the dictionary, the Seagulls would be the kind of folks you want to be associated with. And I've seen the information on the Shrine Group. I've checked them out. They're literally first class. They're out in California. The letter that they sent offering $175,000, I had our lawyer to review it to make sure it wouldn't be perceived as a paper play or something under the table. And he said, no, it's legal. You know, it's legal. So we can take that money and not be seen as paying off somebody. The only issue at stake here is the distance. Is the distance, and I have even said, because of the fact that I believe that this product is going to be so good for Vernon. In addition, when we get a cannabis facility, we're going to get the increased tax dollars on the county improvement from the store. And when she described the stores has been described between a drugstore and an Apple store, 99% of the people describe it. They're literally first class. I think you said you've seen some. That place, your place is nice, but I'll tell you what, when they change it, it's going to be to this town center what I think the CVS is. The store, it's going to really add to it. Really, it's going to be nice.
Mr. Mayor, can I don't mean to interrupt you. I have a question. Did any of did that cannabis store that's next to A&P, did they come before the council and talk to them at all?
There's no cannabis store.
You understand what I'm saying? It's the store that sells.
No. They're all over the state of New Jersey. There's about.
They didn't come before the
No,
council.
all over the state of New Jersey, there are about a couple of thousand of stores that are selling cannabis, that are dispensing cannabis illegally. What they're doing, they're gifting cannabis. You come in and you buy a sticker, you buy something of that nature. And that person, all that person had to do is to come before the planning and zoning board for, I don't know, sticker store, whatever the heck they want to buy. And that's going to be remedied at some point in time. And the state of New Jersey is really trying to get a hold of that. I wish they'd kick people like that out.
And none of that product that is being sold at these stores has a 2% tax added on to it.
Not a 2% tax, and we don't know what's in that stuff. We have no idea what's in that, and our police can't just go and stop them, from doing that. I really think that what's going to happen, if you look at the history of prohibition, this happened with prohibition. When they first made alcohol legal, there were still people in speakeasies and other stuff and moonshiners who were not going by the rules, not paying taxes. And the people who were paying these licenses for the legal product, they helped the police. Eventually, it's going to be worked out, but it's not worked out right now. But I guess, Mr. President, I've talked a lot. I'm strongly in favor of us. I don't think we can do ourselves no harm by removing the limitation. I don't really see why it should be a problem. If I thought that it was so dangerous, I would say, let's not have it in the town at all. And that's the only issue that we've got right here. Whether or not we want to adjust ordinance. And one last thing on this. Many of these ordinances, as I've learned during these 2 years that I've been mayor, and even during the time that I was on the council, when an ordinance is passed, you'll get a sample of an ordinance from 2 or 3 different towns, and you mix and match. And a lot of this stuff is not looked at perhaps in the detail in which it should. And what you find out, what works in one town does not work in another. Well, that's why ordinances end up being living documents. They always really have to be changed. And it's a courageous council and a courageous mayor, a courageous governing body who bites the bullet and said, we really need to change that. And this is one instance here that I think that we need to change.
In an effort to create a great working relationship with the business owners in town, if we're not able to nuance one sentence in an ordinance, when every council member here at one time or another said they want to bring ratables into Vernon and then can't find it, the ability to change one sentence in a 30 or 40 sentence ordinance to do something that will be to the benefit of the town the what was it, 600,000 you were gonna give us?
1.2 million.
There you go. See, that's all it took. But what I'm saying is that let's find a way to make this work. And I understand if you're against it because of the idea of cannabis, let's call it pot. So everybody can, it's like the ugly word in the room. Nobody wants to call it pot. People that come before us that want to talk about getting a pot store, call it cannabis. And when you're outside there, you will say, we're going to the pot store. So let's face it.
Never say that.
Marijuana. And then when
Never
the state- when the
Yes,
state did
yes.
it, they changed it to cannabis, and marijuana is now the illegal substance.
And quite frankly, I've never opened the paper and seen that some guy just got done robbing a bank after smoking a joint. And I never heard that. But I understand. It's just like, I wasn't around during Prohibition, but the mayor talked about Prohibition. And I don't know what happened back then, but what I do know is the psyche was, you're not allowed to have it. And the first thing that happens to somebody when you tell them you can't have that, well, they're gonna do everything they can to get it.
Mr. Council President, Councilman, just say one thing. One of the things that I've done after this problem popped up, I went to my tax assessor, who provides us the information that's typically used when someone goes before the land use board. You have to notify all of the residents within a certain distance. And I said, talk to me about this tool. What I really found out is that it's a Sussex County tool, a tool that the county uses. And so essentially what my tax assessor has now, we have a tool that identifies all of the schools, the parks, the PAL, all of those institutions that are in that ordinance. And a person can come in if they're interested in buying a piece of land for the purposes of opening a cannabis store. They can go into the system and put in that location, and it'll tell you the distance, whether you're legal or not. And the way they measure that distance is not from that store to this location, but it's the property line. So what his property, I think I did it for him, his property is like 200 or 300 something. His store may be actually farther than that, but the property line, right, be jagged.
Right.
So just to let the council know, we do have that tool available.
Can I just say one thing?
Yes.
In terms of, what's going on in town now with prohibiting the marijuana, cannabis, pot. The best way to stop that is to have a legal entity that's doing it correctly, and those stores will disappear.
And Councilman, one other thing I would just mention is, again, the town did a good job in your ordinance. I think you've been thoughtful in what you did, but this circumstance has arisen that although you're allowing for it in commercial and retail space, because of the proposed contract that's being built, this particular area now is in question of whether it's going to be compliant with this ordinance or not. The surrounding towns that pass ordinance to allow it will get legal cannabis suppliers, and they will get the residents of this town going next door and purchasing it, and that town will get, maybe it won't be Shrine Group, but it'll be some other group who's going to come in, and they will get the 2% tax, and they will get a community host agreement with some amount in it. And I think, given the work that's already been done here in the town to vet it, and it seems like you had a very thoughtful conversation about it over a period of time. To your point, it's just changing the circumstance because we now recognize new information, better decisions can be made to have the town be successful in bringing in one of these developments that is helping the downtown.
I want to just add one more thing. This 2,000 feet. When we were looking at passing a cannabis ordinance, we had two council members who were not in favor of us opting in. And they were not in favor because of moral reasons, and they had kids and everything. And I clearly understood that. What I wanted as mayor, I wanted a unanimous vote. And I actually tried to broker a compromise. And this compromise resulted in us dividing the thing into two ordinances. The other two council members had no objections to cultivation, packaging, whatever the other categories were. They just did not want a retail sales store, a pot store in their town, because they just felt that it's a gateway drug and our kids are going to buy that kind of thing. So essentially, we'll work with the council president to have one ordinance where we would opt in for everything with the exception of retail sales, pass unanimous. And I actually told the two council members, they knew I was strong in favor of it. And I said, what I am going to do, I'm going to propose another ordinance after a period of time for retail selling cannabis. They understood that, but they said, we won't vote for it. But I made a good enough case, I guess we made a good enough case that let's not pass up this 2% of gross profit, let's not pass up this other stuff, and that it's going to be done somewhere. And plus the fact we in Vernon Township got the land, we're probably going to get some cultivation and other stuff. So when we went for this retail sale ordinance, I still had hopes that we could get a unanimous agreement. And so essentially what we started out with, 200 feet, 300 feet, 500 feet, it went to 2,000 feet. And although the council person did not say I would support it, but the council person said, well, if it's not too close to school, and the final analysis, the council person still did not vote for it. But we were stuck with the 2,000 feet. So that's how we happen to get 2,000 feet, because 2,000 feet is not our controlled substances can be closer than that. I think controlled substances are 1,000 feet. So that's how this kind of went. This thing wasn't really rushed. It was a lot of work, but you know what? When you're trying to make sausage, sometimes
You don't want to see the ingredients.
you'll see that some things don't work out. There's a law of unintended consequences.
10 years ago, this would be a paradigm sitting here talking about this. I mean, let's face it. We would never be talking about it. Things evolve, and I've learned that in life, everything changes. So I don't know if a Saturday session.
I threw it out. I mean,
No.
just the whole
And
idea.
I understand wanting the public to be involved, but I think that when the public got involved is on election day. And if 70% said they're in favor, but we can't go by polls and vote by polls, and I understand that. You have to vote the way you think that it's gonna work, but everybody struggles, everybody has a family member that struggles with addiction, okay? And if you don't, you know somebody.
You know, I shouldn't be interrupting, Mr. Council President.
It's okay.
Understand, please understand what you're asked to vote on. If you open this up and say, let's decide whether or not we're gonna have cannabis, you're gonna be talking about whether or not you're gonna cancel the ordinance, period. You're gonna opt out. That's what you're gonna be saying you're gonna do, because that's not what's at stake here. So if you open this up to the public, I'm not so sure.
Right.
You can have another meeting. It might be nice to have.
I would expect that the public participation would mirror what the township voted. So, and I'm not looking to do that.
I would like to just comment on that 70%. From what I understand, I think the way that question was written, it was also the decriminalization of possession of marijuana along with that. So I think a lot of people might have voted for the decriminalization, but not necessarily had supported dispensaries. I think that by combining those two questions and that, by those two aspects of the question, when that was put to the voters, that's what I've read. And the other comment I had was that, it was in the 60s to 70%, but the majority of municipalities have opted out. I could Google it, but I want to say out of the 500 municipalities in New Jersey, it's a fraction that have You know it?
Yeah, so, no, that's fairly accurate.
The majority
By
have opted out.
August 21st, a majority of the towns had opted out because the CRC, the Cannabis Regulatory Commission, had not issued its regulations for the municipalities to view yet. And a lot of towns, rightfully so, felt, why would we adopt something when we don't know how the state is going to regulate it? So they opted out. The League of Municipalities actually encouraged municipalities to opt out. And now, since August, towns have not only started to opt in, but as I said, towns that originally opted in prior to August, after seeing the regulations, after understanding how things might work in their communities, have amended their ordinances. I don't know what the number is right now, but there were probably close to 150 towns that had opted in. And I don't know what it is.
Has this changed? Yeah, I mean, but so like, a quarter probably isn't accurate. So I think a lot of municipalities took a wait and see approach, which I think is a smart thing to do. I do have other personal views regarding the sale of recreational marijuana. I say marijuana, but I don't know. Apparently that's
I'm sorry.
cannabis.
You raised a really good point. I mean, about the decriminalization versus the.
And that was a big
the sale.
issue.
I think it's a similar situation that municipalities face now, right? I mean, there may be individuals who don't morally agree with it, but they understand that it's legal in the state and they want their community to, the municipality to have the benefit of controlling it, having the option of where it goes, getting the tax revenue and the benefit from it. I am sensitive to what the municipalities are facing. You guys have had 2 rounds of ordinances where you took testimony from the public relative to retail licenses separate from, class 1, 2, 3, 4, other than 5. Dispensing is 5, delivery 6. So you've been pretty thorough in what you've done, but now a new circumstance that has arisen, I think,
My other point is, I fully appreciate the Siegel family and their community involvement, and their business is definitely a beacon in our town. So I definitely commend them for that and appreciate them. However, there are a lot of other commercial properties in our town that are, so I understand this is the property that your company has targeted, and this is the property that this is the group you're dealing with, but it's not as if this is the only option. There are other companies like Shrine, and probably just as professional. There's other properties that probably are not in the 2,000, or, within that, beyond that 2,000 foot. So I'm just kind of pointing that out. It's not an all or nothing. And I don't mean that in a negative way towards you, but I think it's something should be obvious to all of us that this isn't the only option. I'm sure there's going to be other companies. And I just wanted to state that.
Partnership is really important in the application process and making sure that you partner with individuals from the community. Good standing. It helps with the likelihood of being successful in being engaged.
Mr. Council President, I think it's pretty safe to say that what's being asked for here is an edit to a current ordinance. And I'd like to move that we move forward and vote on whether we are going to amend the ordinance to allow Healthy Times to be able to have the ability to sell cannabis and for the Shrine Group. I've seen where Healthy Times is, and I've seen where the pump track is. You have to be like Indiana Jones to go between one to the other. And if you didn't get killed by something in the process, it'd be amazing. I mean, you like Danny said, you can't even see where the pump track is. Yeah. So, and who knows, they might be growing cannabis in between and nobody even knows it, But I'd like to move to vote on this.
All right.
Yeah.
We have to,
I don't know if we can do that.
you have to introduce an ordinance that removes the word park from the existing ordinance.
Distance.
Move the word park or the.
Edit the distance, right?
You have two alternatives. Has to be introduced appropriately and then you vote on it.
Right.
So that would have to be.
I would like to move that we go to the process of.
I can prepare, based on the council's pleasure, I can prepare an ordinance, making amendments to the current ordinance that would satisfy this application. I just need to know what the council's pleasure is and I'll draft it.
Just so I understand, you can introduce it.
At the next meeting,
The next,
But it would have to go for a second reading
right,
every ordinance does.
with public comment.
There
yes,
has to be public
There
comment.
you go.
So you have that opportunity.
Every ordinance has an introduction and then and the second reading, that's the public hearing.
I have a quick question about the ordinance, the retail ordinance, or either one. They talk about earmarking the money, the 2% or any kind of money that would come from the Shrine Group. Was earmarking a part of the ordinance?
There's two parts to that. The town's already adopted an ordinance passing the maximum amount of taxation possible for sales within the township. The $175,000 that's being talked about with the Shrine Group is a separate matter that still was mentioned as part of the application process. It still needs to be worked out how that's done so that it is done appropriately and legally. It is not in the ordinance.
They don't have.
The ordinance covers taxation of the 2% taxation that municipalities are allowed to assess against marijuana sales.
All right, so it would have to be a separate ordinance or resolution.
Which part? If you're looking for
Financials.
if you're,
Taxation earmarking.
the taxation earmarking is done already. The 175 that you're,
That is to be determined by the governing body.
correct,
How is it, and how is that done?
by the collective group deciding how it's going to be used.
The council passes the budget, so if we get,
It's nothing, it is, the ordinance is completely, they don't have a license yet. They do not,
Oh, I understand that.
if we make
We didn't
this.
even get the money yet.
Then it allows them to apply for a license using that property. That's all it does.
All the earmarking is done to the budget process.
I believe they would still have to go after the passage. Wouldn't they have to go before the land use board?
Of course, they
Yeah.
have to get a land use approval
Yeah.
in order to construct to make their facility.
We didn't even get the money yet and already we're looking to spend it. I mean, it's
I didn't say that.
you know what I'm saying?
I'm not so sure how it works for the retail sale, because their applications have not been issued yet, retail sales yet. But for the cultivation, it helps them in their license process if in fact, they've got a location and they've got a resolution from the town saying that these are good people and that if they get a license, they can use it at this location. But even after they get that license, it's my understanding, the state then comes back to the town and say, hey, do you still like these people? Do you still agree with this? So we've got a couple of bites of the apple. And then, as I understand, those licenses have to be renewed on an annual basis, just like a liquor license, on an annual basis. So the town has a lot of control in this as the things start moving. We aren't necessarily just out there.
This is a great question, and I'm glad you brought that up about the liquor licenses. Can these licenses be held like vacant?
In your pocket.
Yeah,
No, they're.
you understand, like, some,
You're comparing it to liquor.
Right, right.
licenses. No, they are active licenses. And if you're not actively using it, you either have
That's
to
good.
transfer it to an active, you can sell it, or you can transfer it to a different owner, but it has to be an active license.
now this hundred, Danny, go ahead. No, that's okay, go ahead. The 175,000 that you, above everything else that Shrine plans to
They've already offered that.
offer. Is that going to stop at any point? Are you going to come in 1 year and say, well, we're only going to do it because we're not really doing good here.
Their agreement says as long as we operate a cannabis retail sales.
It's not up
store
to sales.
That's what
Okay.
that letter said.
Correct.
That's what
Okay.
their agreement says, as long as they
Okay.
operate a retail sales store in Vernon. That's what their agreement says.
I don't really see that happen.
No, unfortunately.
I'm gonna,
I wanted to try to,
Morrissey to make copies.
I've seen this.
Oh, you seen it?
I've seen.
You can say Natalie. It's Bucherri, but you can say Natalie. That's fine.
For concerns. Mayor, has anybody else come
Excuse me, Dan,
asking,
can you lower the mask?
has anybody else come to you asking for information about opening a dispensary in town?
Yeah.
Okay,
The other people approached us.
okay. So, and have they had any, are they local people? Have they had the experience? Are they coming with any operational experience?
Most of them are, at least they claim to. Essentially, what I told them, get some property first. You identify the property.
Yeah, sure.
That's what you need to do. Because essentially, when a group comes to me and says, we want a resolution from the council, I am not going to recommend to the council a resolution until I know that they've got a property, that it's a property that qualifies. And then I've seen all of their information. And then what I will do with the resolution that I would recommend, I send all of that to the council. The council needs to look at it. The council makes a judgment, see if they think they're good people, if they think they're qualified. And I'll tell them, it meets the zoning requirements, and I've seen the copy of their bill of sale or their agreement. That's essentially what happened. But so I've had quite a few people to come to me. Yes, I have.
Has anybody gotten this far?
Not on retail sales yet, but on cultivation. yet.
Right, cultivation.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying to answer Natalie's point that it doesn't seem to be a lot of people rushing into Vernon to do dispensaries.
I'd like to wrap this up.
Don't.
I didn't say there was. I didn't say there was. I just said there's option. There's an option.
Or there'll be somebody else that, hey,
Yes, that's.
okay, there may be, but
They do.
this is the.
You don't have to go to.
Oh, you don't. Company in the state of California. This is not somebody who's never done it before. This is not somebody who's gonna cut their teeth on Vernon. This is a company who knows how to come in, get the job done.
On average, the retail sales in California, and it's hard to make comparisons, so I don't want to oversell this, but on average, retail stores in California will sell approximately $24 million a year.
Are they in rural areas like Vernon, or are they in metro areas? Okay, yeah.
Stores, 15 to 20, there are about 20 stores now. They're constantly opening new stores, retail locations, are in mostly the more
Densely populated,
Angeles,
yeah.
The Southern California areas. But I have seen in some of the New Jersey data that I've seen that they anticipate, depending on where the store is in this region of the state, that it could do $10 million a year.
Okay. I think we can continue talking about this all evening, and I think it's probably time we could move on. Last comment, Dan.
Yeah, it's very hard to hear.
I just wanted to also state that the partnership is meaningful. And I know, Natalie, it seems that, oh, okay, somebody else, another area, another store, another building. But to have the license work, the local people have to have that specific identity, either woman-owned, veteran-owned, or minority-owned. It's rare in Vernon to find that, where the property matches with the partner, matches with a great partner of an amazing company. It's just almost too good to be true. I sometimes even ask myself, do I deserve this? Does even my community deserve this? It is so amazing. I kind of just leaning into the universe, and I faith that this is right.
Thank you.
Because it seems to be happening. Is the partnership change?
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, Trish.
Thank you.
Appreciate your input.
Thank you.
So to follow this up, we will introduce an ordinance at the next meeting
Yes,
to be entered.
I just need to know what the council's pleasure is with respect to removal of park or not removing park and what distances.
I think that the distance is the one that you need to remove and reestablish 300 feet instead of having it 2,000. It's almost impossible to go from healthy times to the bike, the pump track, if it ever does happen. It's almost impossible to get between the two. It really is.
Your thoughts?
I do not want to remove the word park. And I agree with Brian. If it's going to be a change, it's going to be a distance change.
Natalie?
I don't want either removed, so
I'm sorry?
I don't want either removed. So whatever the rest of the remainder, majority agrees with this, I guess we'll go.
Mr. Shortway? Can't hear you.
Muted.
I can't hear you.
He's muted. You have to unmute.
There we go. I will
There we
vote
go.
no. There's a reason for enhancement penalties. Federal laws from 1,000 feet, state it's 500 feet. It's still illegal for an adult to sell it to a juvenile and a pregnant woman. I'm with Natalie on this one.
Interesting. Thank you. I tend to be with Natalie as well, so you can remove the, whatever you want.
I work at your pleasure, so.
So I would, at this point,
There's a public comment time later in the
not-
meeting.
I am at a quandary here because earlier today, I seen a post on social media how one of the council members was going to vote on this before it was even brought up. And I don't think that did anybody any good. I understand you have a right to say whatever you want, but voting on social media on an ordinance change that hasn't been presented to the council yet is irresponsible.
Thank you.
I tell you what I'll do.
Brian, I can say anything in the public, so the public knows where I stand. It was not a vote. It was my opinion, and the public has a right to know my opinion.
Yes, they do, but not on an ordinance that wasn't presented yet.
I had no idea you were presenting an ordinance. There was nothing in the agenda
What'd
you
you
were
talk
presenting
about
an
then?
ordinance tonight. It was a
It's
presentation.
the most inconsistent position change I've seen. But I will tell you this, you can develop the ordinance with removal of the distance, okay? And I'll go along with developing the ordinance. I'm not committing myself to it.
Okay.
All right? So leave it go at that.
Just let me state for the record, I have no problem with anybody saying anything that they want on social media, but everything has consequences.
All right. May I have a motion to open the floor to public comment?
Motion.
Moved by Mr. Lynch. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Bucieri, and the floor is open for a period of 5 minutes on any topic.
Good evening again, Zoe Heath from the Hidden Valley section. I just wanted to continue over the discussion we just had about healthy times in cannabis and or pot.
Or marijuana.
Yeah, all the words. Firstly, I would just like to say that without sounding rude, I am the youngest person in this room. And I can tell you all of my friends who I harassed to vote in 2020 and 2021 voted in support of not only decriminalizing cannabis use, but because they use it personally themselves a lot. It is a big part of culture for a lot of people. It's instead of a glass of wine with dinner, they smoke a joint. And just because we're a rural area, it does not mean it's not going to happen. So I just wanted to mention that. But also, I don't know if there any legal way to do this, but if it might make, make certain council members or members of the community feel more comfortable. If there's a way to word the ordinance, maybe it's not distance, but direct way. So as we've established, you have to go on a really rigorous hike to get from the pump track to healthy time. So maybe there's a way in the ordinance to say, 2,000 feet via direct roads or mileage by sidewalk. Just so the distance and the park verbiage doesn't have to be taken out, but healthy times could still pursue this endeavor, an opportunity that would help the town.
Go from
So that's it. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Rick Henley. It's very unusual that I came.
Can you please state where you're from?
Oh,
Okay, sorry, thank you.
When I first came here looking for a house, I stopped at Healthy Times and I met Danny. And that store is like a spa. It's a beautiful store. And really, because they were such a beautiful store like that, I moved here. I said, wow, you have this beautiful little town with privacy, but this great store with healthy things. And I have not had COVID fear or COVID through this whole thing because of a store like Danny's, because of the supplements and the education, vitamin D3 and the CBD. And there's this article that the on 94 they sell CBD that cannabis and likely from the cannabis plant is they report that it has a great potential to inhibit SARS-CoV-2 infection, meaning it's good for COVID, CBD and or marijuana, which is a lot of discovery to be done, but I think it's great potential. And I think they would run it very well, and it is like a relationship thing. There's a thing about, there's a stigma about marijuana, but if you look at CVS, do you know 250,000 people a year die from misprescribed pharmaceuticals? And there's many, many overdoses and addictions from what is illegal pharmaceuticals. So we have to look at that angle. Pharmaceuticals treat, and this kind of medicine heals. That's what I would say. And may I just, that wasn't what I was going to say, but I have something I wanted to talk about masks, humans, the Constitution, and Kennedy and more, which is like 2 minutes. Children have been the worst casualties of the COVID mandates and policies. They have almost no risk of dying from COVID. Very few that get COVID have died. The few that have got COVID have died from comorbidities, especially obesity. So children have to play on. Quoting Joan Crawford from CBS News, she corresponded with major depression among children, increased suicide rates, and social isolation will contribute to lifelong mental health issues. Black children are 50% more vulnerable to suicide and mental health issues. And the mask that 99% of the people wear to absolutely nothing to prevent the spread of infection showed. And in fact, it proven to lower immunity. In the ShopRite, I look at people walking around appearing isolated, not looking at each other, not looking at other people, and certainly not talking to others. Why? Facial expression is masked. We regulate emotions through facial expression. By looking at others and our own facial muscle movement response regulates our own emotions. God made us that way. When you wear masks, that emotion regulation basically stops. So what do you think happens to people over time when they can't regulate emotions? Dr. Robert Malone this week said we are undergoing mass formation psychosis. We are human beings. We need to interact with human beings. I would ask you not to institute or follow any further mandates that the governor might mandate. And where there is risk, there must be choice. We can make our own decisions, and if the governor does, then you have the power, and I'd say responsibility not to comply, as does every citizen. Do you know in New York there's no actual mandate, it's only a press release. A mandate is not a law, only the elected legislative branch can enact laws. The governor cannot enact laws, and I believe the mayor cannot enact laws. And there's no public health exception to the Constitution. The Constitution subsists in our state of emergency. Reports of the vaccine injury passed the 1 million mark, and the vaccine deaths passed 20,000 according to the DARE's reporting system. And that's said to be underreported by 40%. And insurance companies this week suddenly report a 40% increase in premature non-COVID deaths.
30 seconds.
Okay. I want to recommend the book, The Real Anthony Fauci by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the wonderful Kennedy, for immersion into the stunning corruption at the FDA and the CDC. I'll get a copy in your hands, it's hard to get. And I think together as a community, we can sit down and vet out the facts from fiction. So let's keep healthy physically, mentally, and it will be far more productive maintain jobs and businesses, and pay taxes.
Thank you.
40% of small businesses nationwide are gone forever, and they must not continue that way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Joe Tadrick. Does anybody else want to speak? I want to make sure not, everybody's right to talk. I was accused of that already. Just a quick question. I keep talking about park. Is the contract designated as a park? It's an R4 as well, but hasn't been designated as a park. And if so, where? That's it.
Apparently in the
No, not the ordinance. The property that the contract is on. If people have mentioned that's a park, who designated that as a park? Maple Grange is a park.
yes,
So where was that designated as a park? It's got to be somewhere.
It wasn't designated as a park. In fact, I was so really in favor of the Seagulls until, as I communicated with the council about this, I said the pump track was not a park. But I believe, I believe that if in fact I would go to court or something, I think I'd lose, probably.
why?
Why? Because it's going to be a location where there's going to be families and people out doing things. I don't know. I didn't really think it through from a legal standpoint. I was thinking more about, I wanted the Seagulls to have the opportunity to be truthful. So when in Centerton, he asked the question, who designated it as a park? I think that 99% of the people would look at that and say park. I think
we'll have some comment on that a little bit, but I hear you coming.
But I'm not concerned about a bit of park. I don't think it makes.
So it is not a park.
It has not been called a park. It's been called a pump track.
Okay, but the area that's being awaited for purchase, is that going to be called a park?
No, the area that's to be waited for purchase is simply an area through which the a walk-in biking trail is going to be. The walk-in biking trail.
Okay. So that's not a park either.
That's not, I don't think that would be called a park. I don't think the trail, I just don't know, would be called a park. I don't think so.
So then the ordinance that now you were looking to change, why would it impinge upon this particular situation when it's not a park?
Well,
my understanding was when I asked that question before, and because I had searched and I couldn't find anything, perhaps I hadn't searched hard enough, but now you're telling me, and you're telling the assembled that this is not a park.
Well,
the pump track.
Mr. President, the ordinance says park, the pump track. It says park. Something different. Then it says, no, it doesn't say pump track, does it?
No, it says pump.
No, that's right. It doesn't say pump track. Well, you know what? I don't know. Mr. Councilman, I put you on the spot. Would you agree that most people would call a pump track a park?
I don't.
In your judgment? I don't really.
Yeah, you still have time.
Yes.
I don't know where it's parked. There, with that logic, I can say that I go to the Bean and when people sit out there, that's park.
I don't,
I mean, you're saying a group of people to get together, it's park. So,
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying for a group of people get together to park. Again, there's correspondence that I sent to the previous council when we were talking about this, where I said, I wasn't so sure it was a park. But you need to understand, my statement was based on the fact that I thought that it would be a good thing for us to have, if they would get a cannabis license.
I'm not
But just in response to his question.
I'm not concerned about it. I'm asking a question. People are calling things
use of land things that have
Well,
been registered.
this is public comment.
I think that most, I don't know.
So.
I'm sorry, I'm speaking out of turn, Mr. President.
No, you're not. You asked the question.
I guess
Well, maybe our council can share that
Go ahead,
answer.
go ahead.
Can you give a legal?
I can give you analysis of it. It's not a municipally designated park. It is a public area available for the public to recreate in, which meets the definition of a lowercase p park. Ultimately, it's a
So that lowercase p part in the ordinance, that now we'll go back to the ordinance.
yes.
So the lower-
It does not say, the ordinance does not say a municipally, I do not believe it says a municipally designated park.
But
It says a park,
This isn't designated as.
public park. The pump track will be open to the public. It is a place where members of the public can go and recreate.
Right.
That's the definition of a park.
Baldwin Property where they can park and recreate as well, without a park.
If the public can access the Baldwin property without the Baldwins giving permission, then that is probably a park as well.
So any place people can gather and recreate.
Well, any place where the public can gather and recreate, not, a private piece of property is not a public park. It's a private piece of property.
Okay, so it's a publicly owned piece of property and people go there to recreate, that's a park.
That's the definition of a park.
Okay.
Thank you.
Little P.
Little,
Yes.
thanks, thank you.
Compare this to Maple Grange. Now, how does it sound?
Maple Grange is a municipally designated park,
Okay,
correct? So you
So-
could change the you could change the ordinance to municipally designated park versus park.
Gotcha.
okay, all right.
So then there's three options on the table.
If I
Thank you.
can just interject, you can look up NJSA 2C 7.1. That describes what a park is under the drug statutes.
Well, that's why we have an attorney.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. May I have your name, please?
Virginia Hafen and Mendoza, Highland Lakes. I'm here to speak also on behalf of Dan and Danny Siegel. Known them for many years, to be a good friend, also both very committed members of this community. And I just want to speak to the fact that, the ordinance or the council has approved the dispensaries in the town, and it is a legal operation. And I just think that I would really hope that the council would look seriously at the one restriction that is prohibiting them from moving forward and applying for that license. And I am a retired Parks and Recreation professional. I've worked 25